I actually forgot this, brought this in here too, so I've got like extra things.
I know. Well, good evening. Hi, I'm Mayor Erica A. Stewart, and I am calling the regular meeting of the City Council to order to state that all council members are here and present. Vice Mayor Michelle Schwarzman, would you like to lead the Pledge of Allegiance?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Next, we have a special. Sometimes we have a proclamation. Today, we have a presentation. And we have the oath of office for our new Assistant City Manager, Scott Collins, and Whitney McDonald, and City Manager Whitney McDonald, and City Clerk Teresa Purrington. I will pass it off to you both.
Thank you, everyone. I'm incredibly excited to be part of this introduction and announcement of our new Assistant City Manager, Scott Collins. So a little bit about Scott. He joins our city as our new Assistant City Manager, and he brings over 18 years of local government experience here to San Luis Obispo. He served most recently as the Executive Director for the Housing Authority of the City of San Luis Obispo, otherwise known as HASLO. Scott and the HASLO team were recently instrumental in rehabilitating the Anderson Hotel, which created 66 units of permanent supportive housing for our most vulnerable community members right here in the downtown. Prior to joining HASLO, Scott was the city manager of the city of Morro Bay for 5 years, and during that tenure, he helped lead their full-service city through the COVID-19 pandemic and the early 2023 flood emergencies, which we also had the lovely experience of going through as well, all while improving the city's financial condition and completing their new water reclamation facility. So a lot of important work happening at Morro Bay under Scott's tenure. Scott also served as the Deputy City Manager and Communications Manager for the City of Santa Cruz and the Assistant to the City Manager for the City of Boulder, Colorado. He has a Bachelor of Arts degree in history from UC Santa Cruz and a Master of Public Administration from the George Washington University. And we are incredibly excited that he has chosen to join our team. We know he's already hit the ground running, 1,000 miles a minute, as the rest of us are, just right in stride, and is going to be doing really amazing work for our community here, supporting our community services group, which includes our Parks and Recreation, Utilities, Community Development, and Public Works departments, as well as just assisting our leadership team as a whole and the City Council and all the work that our whole community is doing together. So we're incredibly excited that he's here and being sworn in today, and we'll probably say a few words from there. So I'm really excited to bring him up and also hand him his pin.
This one I actually stand here. Okay, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Scott Collins,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the United States, to this Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion,
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to
the
enter.
duties upon which I'm about to enter.
I furthermore agree
I furthermore agree
to abide by the rules,
to abide by the rules,
regulations, and laws
regulations, and laws
of the City of San Luis Obispo.
of the City of San Luis Obispo.
Thank you.
I think that was the hardest assignment I've had so far. So it's an honor and a dream come true, really, to be standing here before you in a leadership role for the city of San Luis Obispo. As many of you know, I've had the pleasure of serving in various leadership roles here in the county, and with that I've had the opportunity to observe how this community, how this city comports itself, from the mayor and city council members to the city manager to the leadership team on down through frontline staff. Everybody deeply cares about the mission, which is to serve the community and to help improve the lives of everyone who's here. Meanwhile, taking on some of the biggest challenges we're facing really is in level of humanity, right? With homelessness, housing crises, climate change, and the like, while also tackling issues like diversity, equity, inclusion, and maintaining all the other services that the cities are expected to provide to their community, and doing that with grace. So while I'm in the process of learning a lot right now, in my first few days, I just want to tell you that I am committed to bringing my passion, my energy, the leadership experiences I've had for comparable communities like Santa Cruz and Boulder to this position to advance the community's goals, needs, and aspirations. And I want to thank, I think she's still here, my wife Casey is sitting in the back. She won't, she'll just say hi, yes. She's my rock and has afforded me the ability to serve those 18 years that we heard earlier in local government, and it does take a toll on everything, and she's my rock to get me through some of those harder days and to support the family. Our son Eli and our daughter Lily, who's at Slow Rep right now, she'll go pick her up in a few minutes. So I'm just delighted to be here and ready to serve. Thank you.
Well, we're honored to have you and excited that you're officially here now. So thank you. Well, we'll move back to City Manager Whitney McDonald for the City Manager Report.
Okay, thank you. We do have a number of items and slides to go through to let folks know about some things that are either happening or coming up soon. So our Slow Transit will run some reduced services during the holidays between December 23rd, ending on Sunday, January 5th. There will be no Slow Transit service on Christmas Day as well. Slow Transit reduces services during this period because ridership demand is lower and many residents travel out of town for the holidays. This service reduction also allows our operators to take some much needed time off. We will look forward to resuming our full service on Monday, January 6th. So just a reminder about that reduction in service coming forward. Next, we wanted to highlight our holiday parking promotions. So we do have free garage parking on the following days, which is includes every Sunday in December, as well as Christmas Eve Day, Christmas Day, and the day after Christmas, and New Year's Eve Day as well. So with our holidays in full swing, we want to remind everybody to take advantage of this promotion and come on down and participate in shopping and all kinds of different activities that are occurring in the downtown. And so for more information, please go to slowcity.org/parking if you have any questions about any of those offerings, or let us know at the city as well if you have any questions about what might be happening downtown during that time frame. Next, kind of along the same theme, we have our very active Buy Local bonus program happening. This is the 5th iteration of our Support Local promotion. As a reminder, our Buy Local bonus rewards shoppers who spend $100 or more at small local retailers during the holidays. If you bring your receipts to the Slow Chamber Visitor Center, and if those are determined to be qualified, you will receive a $25 gift card to another local business that you'll be able to choose from. These gift cards, currently available from 167 local businesses, are purchased by the city at the start of the program and made available to qualifying shoppers until we run out, essentially. Since the kickoff on Black Friday, this year's Buy Local bonus has already invested nearly $350,000 back into the community, which is a 27% increase over last year. We encourage everyone to get out and support our local small retailers, save your receipts, and head into our Chamber Visitor Center and be rewarded. So far, over 1,700 out of the 4,400 spots have been filled with just 2 weeks left of the program. So check it out, take a look, and hopefully we look forward to actually running out of those because it really assures us that the program is very successful. We also want to remind everyone that now is the time that our amazing community partners, the Madonna and Pierce families, have set up the holiday tree lights at the top of Cerro San Luis. And you can go up there at night to view them up close and personal. So during our reduced daylight period, meaning when it's dark during no more daylight savings time, from November through March of each year, the trailhead at Cerro San Luis is available for evening hiking and biking until 8:30 p.m. Permits are required, but they are free, and this allows us to properly track trail use and maintain our ecological oversight and community safety. So please come on over to the SLO Parks and Recreation webpage or call our Parks and Rec office. The phone number's up on the screen to make your reservation and take advantage of what's being offered during the nighttime. We also wanted to remind everyone that we have our annual advisory body recruitment well underway. We are currently recruiting to fill 30 positions across 16 advisory bodies throughout the city. To apply, just submit your application by Sunday, January 26th, so we still have more than a month to receive those applications. At the close of the application period, council subcommittee members will conduct interviews with selected applicants, and then the full city council will consider approving appointments to the advisory bodies at their first meeting in April. And then the terms of those new advisory body members will start immediately after that. So please visit the city's website for more information to start your application. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to the city clerk's office at cityclerk@slocity.org, or at the phone number up on the screen, which is 781-7114. And you can see up there as well the list of current vacancies for our advisory bodies. We really look forward to filling those. They're really important bodies that really help us do the work of the city and get feedback that's considered by the council. So it's really a great opportunity for people to get involved, have your voices heard, and really give back to the community. So we look forward to seeing all those applications roll in. Next, we wanted to remind everybody of where we're at with our Vision Zero action plan. We talked about it a little bit at our last meeting, and we wanted to make sure everyone's aware that the draft action plan is out now and available for public review. The plan will expand on our previous traffic safety program with an increased analysis and focus on strategies to eliminate traffic-related deaths and severe injuries in SLO. So as the title indicates, our goal is to get to 0 fatalities in the city. There are multiple opportunities for the public to provide input on the plan, and this includes a presentation of the draft plan that we will be making in just a couple of days to our Active Transportation Committee, again, one of those committees that's super important. That will occur on Thursday, December 12th, so please come on into that committee and provide input there. We're also taking online comments through Open City Hall all the way through January 15th, so that gives people time to review the plan and make your comments in writing, and we will take those into consideration and present them as well to the council when the plan comes forward. And then the final action plan will be presented to the city council. It's currently scheduled to be considered on March 18th. And so for more information, please go to slocity.org and take a look at our traffic safety section of the website. Moving along, we are also taking input and requesting input on our next year's paving project for 2025. We want the community to know that we're still inviting that input for our roadway paving project, and this it will include portions of Calle Joaquin, Sacramento Drive and Tank Farm Road east of Broad Street. That's our current plan for where the paving will occur next year, and we want to hear from people in terms of specific ideas and needs along those routes. The purpose of the project is primarily to repair and replace damaged pavement, but we're also proposing some features to improve accessibility and safety for all road users, as long as our funding, as far as our funding will stretch. Our initial plans were presented to the Active Transportation Committee for their November 21st meeting, and additional public input is welcome between now through January 15th. So please go to slowcity.org and take a look at the 2025 paving section of the website, or provide comments to traffic@slowcity.org. And of course, as this plan continues to progress, we'd love feedback really at any time. So we want to make sure people are aware that's coming forward. And then last, we want to highlight a few items that we are planning on presenting at our next regularly scheduled meeting. Because of the holidays, we are taking a break a little bit, and so our next regular meeting will occur with the City Council on January 14th. That agenda currently has these list of consent items that are shown up on the screen, and a handful of public hearing or business items. We are really jumping into our budget process. We have a lot of budget discussions coming up, not only tonight, but in a number of future items, which we'll talk about more when we talk about the budget later. But this will be our next conversation. We'll be setting the budget foundation, and really related to that will be the presentation of two different staffing studies that have been completed, one for our maintenance division within Public Works, and the other for our police department. We wanted to make sure that everybody had that information really going into the budget conversations, because those staffing studies will form the basis of some of staff's recommendations for the budget process going forward. We'd like everybody to kind of be aware and have it in mind as well as we go into kind of goal setting and things like that, just so everyone's aware of the needs that our studies have identified. So those are the items we anticipate on January 14th. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Along with that, can you remind me when the waste management rates will be on the agenda?
Yes, so our current plan is to have a business item discussion of both our intent to continue the franchise agreement and to set rates on January 21st. That will include direction or request direction from council for staff to have the Prop 218 notices sent out after that point to all of our ratepayers, with a hearing date scheduled in March. So we'll be talking about rates twice with the city council. That first time will be on January 21st.
Great, thank you. I know it's kind of a new process for us to have the session first for all of the community to be part of, and then to move forward with the rates being decided.
That's right.
Vice Mayor Shorsman.
Thank you. Yes, your slides here talk about the upcoming meeting in January, but just a reminder, because it caught me for a second, we still have a meeting next week as well.
That's right. We do have a special meeting at noon. It's what we call a brown bag meeting. The council will be discussing subcommittee liaison appointments. So that is a public meeting as well. It's a special meeting, and so that is what's planned. We still have one more, correct, this year.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you. All of that information in your report was incredibly interesting and helpful. I hope that people are taking note of that or coming back and looking at it later. So we'll move forward to public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Wanted just to kind of remind people that this is a time where unfortunately we don't really respond very much. We say thank you for your information and we move to the next person. It feels a little bit impersonal, so I just like to say that when I see new people in the room, to let you know that if it's not on the agenda, we can't discuss it, but we can definitely have either staff come out and talk to you immediately after, or that we get back to you after the meeting. So we'll move forward. City Clerk, do we have any people who would like to comment?
Yes, we have 4 speaker cards on this item. Jean, and if you'll please line up behind the next person so that we can move through these quickly. Jean Nelson, Nicola Manalili, I think, Julia Alber, and Tyler Corey.
If you can press that button with a little person on it. Oh, we've lost it all. 1 second.
Madam Mayor and Council.
Hang on 1 second, so sorry. I want to make sure we're all recording and all of that fun. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Dr. Gene Nelson. I live in SLO. Happy SLO County property tax due date. Today, I'm calling for an audit of Vision Zero, specifically the city's active transportation plan, or ATP. Previously, I emailed both SLO City and SLO County an article critical of platitude-driven policies regarding pedestrian and bicyclist safety. I've discussed this topic 3 times on the Dave Congleton Show. Many callers have shared my perspective regarding the harms of the ATP. I further call for a halt to the installation of additional road barriers under the ATP until the results of the audit are shared. There is a conflict of interest in having the SLO COG, which includes at least one representative from the city of SLO, advocating for a $1 billion tax increase while at the same time increasing the congestion in SLO by blocking lanes of arterial roads for the alleged purpose of making bicyclists and pedestrians safer. Quoting from page XI of the 2023 Regional Transportation Plan, or RTP, and I give a tiny URL for it, the committee also recommends SLOCOG explore the feasibility and necessary path to secure support from voters for a transportation-specific sales tax for the region. Installation of barriers to block lanes and increase rush hour congestion is a waste of taxpayer resources, particularly in light of the increase in the use of roads anticipated by our region's population growth to 2045, as noted on the previous page of the 2020 RTP. The population increase is almost equal to the current population of the city of SLO. Installation of further barriers should be immediately halted. The economic value of arterial roads in the city of SLO is likely about $1 billion. The value of these roads, whose primary purpose is to facilitate commerce, are substantially impaired by the conversion from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, as has occurred due to city-imposed road diets. While my wife remained here in SLO, I worked in Arlington, Virginia from late 2007 through early 2012. In contrast to the rural SLO County with about 3,300 square miles, Arlington County is a mere 26 square miles. Is that it?
That's it. Thank you so much.
All right.
We'll see you in a week.
You bet.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and City Council members. My name is Nicola Manalili. I'm a senior at Cal Poly, the president of the Cal Poly Public Health Club, and a SLO City resident. I've come here today to ask you to prioritize health and safety in rental housing. In partnership with the SLO Tenants Union and the SLO County Tobacco Control Coalition, I submitted a petition via email about this issue last Friday to the SLO City Council with signatures from local residents. This petition outlined 8 key changes we would like your council to prioritize in your upcoming goal setting for the next 2 years, including requiring deadbolts and security devices, requiring motion sensing lighting, strengthening smoke, carbon monoxide, and fire alarm regulations, adopting a mold ordinance, creating a city-wide rent registry, requiring renter protections during renovations, implementing rent stabilization measures, and extending secondhand smoke protections to multi-unit housing. As a public health major, I've learned that housing is a social determinant of health. Access to safe, affordable housing has immediate and long-term impacts on our residents' health. Research has shown that stable housing can reduce stress, improve physical health, and reduce barriers to maintaining a fulfilling, healthy life. On a personal note, I've experienced several health and safety housing issues as a tenant. For example, the place that I currently live in did not have smoke alarms or carbon monoxide detectors when I initially moved in. at the place that I lived at prior to this, I also had to leave the property due to mold issues. So I feel that I can speak firsthand about the issues happening in our city. Given how essential housing is to our health, we ask you to prioritize health and safety in rental housing when establishing the city's upcoming priorities for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, good evening. I'm going to add to Nicola's statement. Good evening, Mayor Stewart and council members. My name is Julia Albert. I'm the chair of the SLO County Tobacco Control Coalition. I'm also a SLO resident and a mom. And first, before I get started, I did want to congratulate Mayor Stewart and Councilmember Jen Marks on the re-election, and I wanted to welcome Mike Boswell to the City Council and Scott Collins as our Assistant City Manager. So I am here today just to partner with the Cal Poly Public Health Club and the SLO Tenant Union to raise awareness about health concerns, particularly when it comes to health and safety protections for renting locally. I am with the SLO Tobacco Control Coalition, so I'm going to focus a little bit more on clean air. So as I have come before previously to council, we know that secondhand smoke exposure in multi-unit housing, particularly in apartments and condos, is a serious health risk that our city could take additional actions to address to better protect our residents. Exposure to secondhand smoke is associated with increased chances of several health issues, such as cancer and stroke, and can make asthma worse for children and adults. It's especially dangerous for children who, if exposed, can lead to permanent damage of growing lungs and cause other respiratory illnesses. Our coalition also supports residents' rights to clean air. We support the SLO Tenants Union's call to strengthen smoke, carbon monoxide, and fire alarm regulations locally, and to adopt a mold ordinance for rental properties locally. Like secondhand exposure to smoke, living in places with mold can also worsen asthma, cause respiratory illnesses, and lead to breathing issues. We are asking you to protect our residents, particularly our tenants who are at higher risk of exposure, and their right to clean air. This can be done by incorporating health and safety in rental housing when establishing the city's upcoming priorities for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you start, I just want to let people in the back know there's plenty of seats in the front if you want to come sit down.
You can come where all the action's at. Good evening, San Luis Obispo City Council members, Mayor Stewart, city staff, and community members. My name is Tyler Quarry, and I come before you tonight as a proud resident and renter here in San Luis Obispo, as a current Master of Public Policy student at Cal Poly, and as a deeply concerned citizen. Before I go to my regularly scheduled public comment, I just want to briefly state my steadfast support for the city's active transportation plan and the Vision Zero plan that you all have outlined. The way I was able to get here tonight was cycling on the North Truro Greenway, and I felt incredibly safe and comfortable doing so, and you all have my gratitude for helping implement that alongside city staff and other partners. My friends, this is not the first time you've heard me come before you to articulate the crisis afflicting tenants and those seeking housing throughout the city of San Luis Obispo. And it is very likely not the last. I stand before you as a member of the SLO Tenants Union, a group of renters and advocates predicated on fairness, unity, safety, and stability. We believe wholeheartedly in a housing justice that sees everyone from our community have a guaranteed right to safe, stable, affordable, and attainable housing. Our policy priorities remain similar to what you have heard from us before. We still ask for a citywide rent registry, proactive renter protections during renovations, and stronger rent stabilization measures. Additionally, we look toward code enforcement as a critical area of our local government that, with adequate resources, can help us tackle this crisis alongside other comprehensive measures. The city's current goal around housing is to, quote, support the expansion of housing options for all, and I'm paraphrasing, with an emphasis on affordable and workforce housing. Our ask to you tonight is no different. Tonight, alongside my colleagues from the Cal Poly Public Health Club and the SLO Tobacco Control Coalition, I ask that you prioritize health and safety in rental housing when establishing the city's upcoming priorities for the next 2 years. This is critical to ensure that all those in our community, regardless of the family they may come from, who they love, how much money they have in their pockets, have access to the housing they deserve. My friends, I have faith that you will join me and my fellow tenants on our journey toward justice. Please take these steps with us together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
That was our final speaker.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for all of the public comment. We appreciate you sharing your thoughts, and also we do receive the emails too, so thank you so much. We'll move forward to the consent agenda. Consent agenda is considered routine and non-controversial by staff. So I ask the council, do you have anything you would like to pull? But before I do that, City Manager, did you have a comment first?
Thank you. I just wanted to jump in before any more discussion happens, just so you know that staff does have a recommended kind of minor modification on item 5F. And we wanted to just let everybody know what that is before any, additional deliberation. So
Do we want to pull that when it comes time? We'll just come back to that.
that would be great.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll pull 5F, and is there anything else anyone else wants to pull before we move forward? Okay, Vice Mayor Shorsman.
I didn't want to pull anything, but I did want to just make a comment about something.
Okay, great. Do you want to do that after public comment?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll move forward to public comment before we go into deliberation.
We only have public comment for 5F.
Okay, great. Well, that makes it easy. Do we have a motion to move forward on the rest of the consent agenda beyond 5F? Vice Mayor?
I can go ahead and make the motion, and just wanted to point out, my comment was to just point out and thank staff. The consent agenda is non-controversial, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't anything really important on it. And one thing that's very important and I'm very happy about and proud of and thankful to staff about is the almost $5 million for broadband improvements to our city that's going to really help those in the outer areas of our city get faster and more reliable internet access. And it's been a long stretch with a lot of strategic planning and grant application writing, and they were successful in getting our humble little city almost $5 million. So thank you to staff and great work, and looking forward to seeing that move forward.
Awesome, thank you. Councilmember Marks?
I'd like to second the consent agenda except for item 5F.
Great, thank you very much. And Councilmember Francis, did you have something to add?
Comment. Thank you, Vice Mayor Shorsman, for your comments on the broadband. Very excited about that, and also wanted to just do a quick shout out to the grants that are out there for REACH, the Uplift Central Coast grants. For some of you who've been following along with the quest for more childcare, there's several really interesting comments in there, both from what the city is pursuing in our partnership to encourage childcare businesses, and also hopefully down the line with our partners that we're looking to expand childcare, an actual childcare site with in the county. So very excited and hopeful about both of those.
Thank you. I think it's a wonderful partnership between REACH and the county and Cal Poly and the city. It's just so much that we've all been working towards childcare and trying to make some change, so it's fabulous. Can we have roll call, City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Shorsman? Yes. Councilmember Marks?
Well, yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, so the motion passes 5-0. Sorry, slight technical difficulties.
Really, it's not the first time I've done this.
And I do want to say, as Vice Mayor mentioned, when you look at the consent agenda, which probably not everyone does, beyond what we've just talked about, there's also the amount of work that it takes for human resources to have to recalculate every single person's pay rate because of minimum wage, and making sure everyone's staying appropriately at the right wage and updating everyone for minimum wage. I know that sounds so simple, but believe me, in my human resources life, that's a lot of detail. The finances and the finance department and the community development department with the development impact fee update. And then we've been asking, meaning the community has been asking for updated body-worn cameras and in-car cameras for the police department. So I just wanted to kind of give you just a little bit of a overview of what's been on there. Sometimes we just kind of go really quickly, and these are things that people have been asking for quite a while, and I wanted to make sure we all got to hear about that today. So moving forward, we'll go to the San Luis Repertory Theater lease agreement. Oh, so sorry, just kidding. Yep, 5F, sorry about that. Just moved on, just moving on. All right, going back to the consent agenda, item 5F, the consideration of 24-25 DEI and, diversity, equity, and inclusion, high impact grant funding recommendations. City Manager.
Thank you. As staff, we realized we wanted to make one additional recommendation, which is a little modification to the recommended action, which is to include direction to staff to include in the standard contract that would apply to all of our grants this cycle and then any future as well. That would include essentially a message disclaimer clause that just to make sure it's really best practice, I think, in these types of agreements, that it would make it clear that any message included in any of the materials that may be part of a grant application would not be attributed or determined to be endorsed by the city. And so that's our staff recommendation as a best practice, that we would include that in our contracts for all of our grant recipients. So we wanted to make that clear. We would recommend including that.
And at this time, we don't have that language, so would you be providing an agenda correspondence that gives us what that language is? I mean, most, TV, sorry, I'm just blanking here. Most TV shows that are like selling you something always say this does not necessarily express the views of the channel, and I assume it's something like that. But just so we will be able to see the actual text, how would we postpone this vote?
From our perspective, we think it would be sufficient to just give the direction, and then the city attorney's office would have that and be able to incorporate something that is a pretty standard clause into the agreement going forward.
Great, that's what I would assume. Thank you so much. Councilmember Marks.
Just for clarification purposes, you're talking about any material in the application, but you're also talking about any work products that result from the grants. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Shorsman.
I was just looking back at the packet. I don't remember seeing a draft agreement or anything in the materials. So is this something that you're just wanting us to know that this is something that you would recommend? Almost doesn't, I'm not clear that it's something that we would actually need to approve, but this is kind of an informational item for you that you think that this is what we should adopt. I guess I'm a little confused why we even have to sort of weigh in on the language of a contract at this level.
You're right. We didn't include the standard contract. Typically, that's included in the grant application process as well. And so I think just from across the board, we wanted to make it clear that that's something that we would recommend we include for this round of grant applications, since the action that you all would be taking would be to approve the recommended disbursements of the grant funding that the HRC has recommended. And so we wanted to just make it clear kind of across the board that that's something we'd recommend including.
Do you want us to make that part of the motion then specifically,
Yes.
or no?
Yes.
I think that it could be as simple as with the modification recommended by staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think if you do look at a past, I did look at a past application, there's a little bit that people sign off that says they will follow all of the city rules and regulations, but it doesn't necessarily say that we have any separation from that, so. Great. Any other questions for staff before we move to public comment? Okay, Councilmember Marks.
First, I want to just thank the Human Resources Commission for all this hard work. There were a lot of applications, and I know they spent a lot of time and good energy sifting through it. But I did have a question about the proposed reward to the Gala project, and that is whether the embezzlement charges regarding Gala have been resolved. I'm just somewhat concerned about giving Gala more funding at this point. I mean, I do really respect that institution tremendously, but I'm concerned about giving more funding to that organization before we know for sure that it will be responsibly handled. Chief Scott, did you want to address that?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks, for the question regarding the ongoing case. Unfortunately, since it is an ongoing investigation, I just can't release too many details. We did have an opportunity to speak briefly today at the agenda review. These types of cases are very involved and could go on for a number of months. And there's several documents that will be given back to the police department about the trail and where money went, if those exist. But what I will say, I can confidently tell you that in our partnership with Gala thus far, the person that was responsible for what we believe to be a crime has moved on from the organization. And at this point in the investigation, we've not found any other connection to the organization. So I hope that at least provides some clarity, and we'll report back obviously when the case is moved forward to the district attorney's office.
Thank you. And I think City Manager wanted to add to that as well.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm on the other end of the process. I wanted to talk a little bit about the reporting that's required as part of our grant process. And so, and certainly our Deputy City Manager, Greg Herman, is also here. I'll touch on it briefly and he can clean up after whatever I might have left behind, which is essentially that as part of the grant, not only the application, but the process of doing the work itself, there are a number of reports that are required to be submitted to the city, to staff, and to the HRC as well, which review the work that has been completed that was identified in the application. So essentially, we do have a process that makes sure that when a grant is provided, the work that it is intended to cover actually does occur, and that is then reported back on an incremental basis. So it's not just a one-time report at the end. There's more than one, and so happy to allow our Deputy City Manager to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Happy to be here. The city manager did an excellent job, and just a few more specifics. So there's a midpoint check-in 6 months in. There's a standard template that we provide to all grant recipients in terms of what the detail is that should be included. That's the funds dispersed, how those funds were used, a number of recipients of services, or the description of the exact programs or projects that were executed during that time period. And then there is a reporting period at the very end as well. And those reports are not only reviewed by staff within our team, but also members of the Human Relations Commission. And I might also add that we have 2 members of our Human Relations Commission here tonight, including our chair, Angie Kasperzak, and is available to answer any questions related to their deliberations.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks, do you have additional? Yeah.
I have some more questions, but does anyone else go? Yeah, I had some questions about the Peace Academy Oral History Project. And I wondered the application form, which I did read in complete detail, and it's very long, very well done. And again, I respect the individuals who've brought this application very much. But there was no executive director listed in the application, and someone has got to sign the contract if we do make this grant. And so I'm curious who would actually be responsible for as the executive director for this project.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Marks. The Peace Academy of the Sciences and Arts is the lead agency that applied for the grant funding. Correct that they don't have an executive director. It's our understanding it's a relatively small organization without the ability to have that level of professional staff, but they do have a board president that is identified in the grant application, and that would be the individual that would sign off on the grant agreement.
All right, so the city's okay with that as far as you're concerned?
Correct, yep. They've met the requirements that we've outlined on our website in terms of their status as a 501c3 nonprofit, who the fiscal sponsor is associated with that organization, and other requirements.
Okay, and I have another question about the oral history project. It's going to actually create, as my understanding, some recordings and a website. And so I'm curious, who or what entity is going to actually own the intellectual property produced by this proposed project?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So as with all of our different grant agreements, there's the agreement that the city manager mentioned, and it stipulates that it is the property of the recipient of the grant. It's not the city's property. And so it would be the nonprofit organization that would be the one in charge of owning and maintaining that information.
Okay, so is Cal Poly involved? Evidently, they have an oral history project from what I read in the application. So, but Cal Poly would not own the intellectual property?
That's correct. I do believe there are individual members of the Cal Poly staff that are involved in the project, but they were not listed as a partner in the grant application.
Okay. Alrighty, and I'm curious about how many city residents would actually qualify to be interviewed in this oral history project. It seems to have a regional focus, perhaps a Central Coast focus, perhaps a statewide focus. It's a very broad kind of focus. And our main job here is to look after the residents of the city of San Luis Obispo, and I know that's one of the criteria for the grants. So do we have any sense of whether or not there are city residents who would want to participate in this project?
Correct. Thank you for the question. And I'll provide a couple of comments, but it might be helpful for members of our Human Relations Commissions who actually weighed some of these different factors as a part of making their decision. But yes, it's a requirement of the grant to have the majority of services provided in the city of San Luis Obispo and to city of San Luis Obispo residents. They've stipulated that they want to have 15 of those interviews conducted. They'll collect that information, post it on a website, and then also host an event in the city of San Luis Obispo. They preliminarily identified the community room at the City County Library as the location for that. That would be open and available to all city residents and those from beyond as well. And anything that you'd like to add, Angie?
I believe in conversations, Nestor had mentioned 150 city residents through the mosque here over on Olive Street?
Walnut
Street. So there are 150 residents that they are planning on serving through this project. I'm not sure how many people are already aware of the project or who they've spoken to already, but I do remember 150 residents that they are already invested in serving.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions for now. Does anyone else? So.
Okay, great. We'll move forward to public comment.
Okay, we have 6 speakers. The first 3, Tina Clark, Vicky Tamus, and Katui Campos.
Good evening. I am Tina Clark, Executive Director of NAMI San Luis Obispo County. I want to express my gratitude to the City of San Luis Obispo for the opportunity to apply for DEI grant funds. Additionally, I want to thank the members of the Human Relations Commission for their diligent review of the many applications received and the diverse and valuable programs proposed within them. This was no easy task. NAMI SLO County is one of over 600 affiliates across the country of the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Together, our alliance makes us the largest grassroots mental health organization in the nation. San Luis Obispo County's, NAMI San Luis Obispo County's shared goal with NAMI National is to improve the lives of the people of our community affected by mental illness so recovery is no longer a hope, but reality. Across the country, 1 in 5 adults and 1 in 6 youth experience some form of mental illness. Mental illness does not discriminate. It can impact all individuals, no matter where they are from or what they look like, no matter their age, race, gender, economic status, employment, education level, sexual preference, or spiritual and religious beliefs. That being said, there are many vulnerable groups of individuals within the city of San Luis Obispo that have increased risk of mental health challenges and often face systematic barriers in accessing needed help and services. The support from this grant will enable us to directly reach out to and educate these groups, as well as the city's general population, on the mental health services and resources available locally, as well as those that we lack and need to access outside the area. We are incredibly grateful for the Human Relations Commission's recommendation to fully fund our project and for your consideration of this item this evening. Your support and trust are invaluable to us, and we are committed to ensuring that every dollar of this grant is utilized effectively and responsibly to create the maximum positive impact for the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, I'm Vicki Tamouche. I'm speaking about the Peace Academy of Sciences and Arts. On behalf of the Peace Academy of Sciences and Arts and Our Roots, Our Routes, Living Histories of Belonging on California's Central Coast, we would like to thank the Human Relations Commission and SLO City Council for your consideration and support of our project, Multani, Arab American Narratives of Home and Belonging, exemplifying the city of San Luis Obispo's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. This will be the first project to ever document and center the voices and experiences of the Arab American community in our city. This supports the City Council's important efforts to create a welcoming and inclusive city where we all belong. Through community storytelling and documentation, this project will share the rich culture and history of our Arab American neighbors here in San Luis Obispo, narrating their personal experiences and highlighting their many contributions in business, art, sciences, education, and more. The power of storytelling is well known. The stories we tell shape our realities. They connect us. They humanize us. They illustrate our similarities and have the power to bridge across divides. But in order to share such stories, we must first have the ability to gather these untold narratives and to create spaces for people to share. This is what your support for our project will allow us to do. Over the last few years, Our Roots, Our Routes, and the Peace Academy of Sciences and Arts has been collecting living histories of belonging and cultural sustainability among underrepresented communities on the Central Coast. Peace Academy has been integral to building bridges of respect and fostering intercultural and interfaith learning and appreciation within our community. These two organizations will each bring their own expertise to this unique project. By creating a digital oral history archive that will be publicly and permanently accessible, as well as the proposed cultural event, this project will have a long-lasting impact on our SLO community. The public archive will be a source of learning for our residents, visitors, schools, and serve as an opportunity to build empathy across differences. With the infrastructure built as a result of this grant, we will be able to continue our efforts in cultural documentation and in archiving the untold and unseen contributions of our diverse community members in San Luis Obispo. It's especially important now for our underrepresented Arab American community, like any other, to document everything they can about their future, their stories, their roots and routes, their recipes, their songs, their dances, and all the wonderful ways they have contributed to this beautiful place we now call home. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next 3 speakers are Chelsea Ruiz, Anna Duran, and Angie Kaspernak.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and City Council. Today, I'm coming to talk to you not just as a local San Luis Obispo citizen, but also a daughter of immigrants and a first-generation American. I just want to encourage you guys to recognize there are many marginalized communities here in San Luis Obispo who still haven't found a voice. And it takes a long time for that to happen. I'm 31 years old, and it took the city about 20 years to finally highlight the undocumented community. And I don't want that to happen to other marginalized communities here in SLO, where it takes over 10 years to get some level of recognition. So I really encourage you guys to look at all the marginalized communities and really diversify where you're going to be putting grant money, because even if it's a one-time chance that a nonprofit gets to highlight a marginalized community, for that moment, you're giving that community a voice that they do not feel comfortable sharing for their safety in this community. I will say this, it's still a very hard thing to talk about publicly, but because of certain privileges that we all have and stuff, we can highlight them. And I encourage City Council to empower you guys to highlight those communities who cannot speak for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Ruiz. I'm with SLO County on DocuSupport, and I'm here to speak in favor of the HRC Committee's recommendations, including for our project, which is to create a community outreach event in the city of SLO that will benefit our undocumented immigrants and other vulnerable community members, to not only connect them with services and resources on site at the event, but also provide a really timely opportunity for one of our partners on this project, the City of San Luis Obispo's Police Department, to be able to engage with community members who potentially have had negative experiences, maybe negative perceptions of law enforcement, and allow them to have a positive experience. When we set out to write this grant application, I did not expect that the election results would be how they were, and I feel like it's even more timely and important for this project for us to be able to do that for our undocumented and other vulnerable community members in the city of SLO. So appreciate the funding recommendations. Also, we're excited to partner with multiple organizations, including the Center for Family Strengthening, which is our co-applicant, and the city of SLO via the SLO Police Department. Chief Scott is here, and welcome to ask him any questions about the partnership or the project. We're also really excited that this project has the opportunity to have a longevity component, as it is phase 1 of a 3-phased plan for an immigrant resource hub here in San Luis Obispo County. And just lastly, I want to say that I am just really supportive with all of the funding recommendations, and just for how the city just does such a good job of standing by your diversity, equity, and inclusion policies and plans. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Anna Duran, and I'm here as a member of the community. I just wanted to thank the HRC committee for its support of all diversity and inclusion efforts, and wanted to specifically call out an application that I found was really touching. As someone who's been involved in interfaith work in the past, I was very touched by the SLO Peace Academy's application and its emphasis on storytelling, which I found to be an extremely effective and important mechanism for building peace and working across areas of difference. I've heard that the SLO Peace Academy has been a place of a lot of healing and fostering belonging, and has been an important Arab American-led organization, as was mentioned earlier, really led by very few individuals who do really great work in the community with children and adults as well. I'm familiar with the organization and its work to further science and efforts in the arts to develop and foster lifelong learning opportunities. And I wanted to applaud the recognition of this important organization to create opportunities for building connection, fostering racial and ethnic diversity in our community, and building a pathway forward for storytelling that we might not have heard in the past. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our final speaker is Angie Kasperzak.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. When I heard that this item was going to be pulled from the consent agenda, I felt compelled to speak, even though I usually don't, specifically because the of the funding recommendation to the Peace Academy due to the intense and frequent amount of Islamophobia that I hear both locally and online. I'm speaking tonight to urge you to fully fund the grant brought to you by the Peace Academy, which supports the local Arab American community in our city. The city has been amazing about supporting marginalized communities through our diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. We've provided grants and resources to lift up the voices and experiences of many underrepresented groups. It is time we turn our attention to the local Arab American community. This grant would fund an important oral history project that will capture the stories, traditions, and perspectives of Arab Americans in our city. This is a unique opportunity to preserve a part of our community's history that is often overlooked or misunderstood. Fully funding this project will ensure that this community is not overlooked or erased. It is important to acknowledge marginalized communities that have not been funded in the past. The dollar amount requested is not out of line when compared to other single projects and total dollar amounts that have been given throughout the years to other nonprofits by the city. By funding this project, it will give space, agency, and help make the Arab American community feel like they belong in the city of San Luis Obispo. This project will create a long-lasting oral history for the entire SLO community to learn and understand about the background, lived experiences, contributions, and issues our neighbors experience. It can also have a lasting impact in creating a welcoming environment and create space and opportunity in the fight against Islamophobia, which is prevalent both nationwide and in the city of San Luis Obispo. Lastly, I want to point out that if the city is funding many other community groups, but ends up pulling funding from one community group, it sends a message. And I want to caution against that mentality. It does not bring community together, it does not create a sense of belonging, and it could be interpreted as prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment?
No, that was the last one.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, well, next up is our conversation around this topic as far as 5F. And if you have a comment, please, of course, council members, press your button. Vice Mayor Shoresman.
Thank you to the speakers and thank you to staff for providing the additional correspondence, providing some context of previous funding and adding some answers to questions that some of us asked. And so, as always, appreciate that. I, as one of the liaisons to the HRC, have been very tuned in to the previous grant-making processes, and I know firsthand how very seriously and carefully they take the requirements and guidance that we give them when they form their subcommittee to look very carefully at the grants, and when they sit around the table and make decisions about how funding should occur. And in particular, with this list of grants and grant recipients, I was impressed with how many. We get a lot of grant applications for a very small amount of money, and they did a very detailed and thoughtful job of trying to fund thoughtfully, knowing that they often couldn't fund fully all of the applications that they received. And I just, it's clear to me in the documentation that they thought very carefully about this and that they tried to spread the small amount of money amongst organizations that are known to us and not known to us, and represent groups and voices that we may not have funded before, and fund new initiatives that may be slightly different than what the same organization has proposed and been successful at in the past. And so I don't see any reason to change any of the recommendations from what is proposed. So I hope that's where the rest of you are, but look forward to hearing the rest of the discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for giving us a little bit more context with your close experience with the process. As somebody who's really excited about these grants like the rest of you. I'm thrilled to see that we're continuing to support some of the organizations that we've supported for a long time, and also just to echo, as you said, bringing in some new organizations that we haven't previously funded. Actually, very familiar with the Peace Academy and the work that they've been doing. So excited to see their application pop up here. Very much in favor of the allocations as stated, and I will be happy to move to support when the time's right.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, again, I want to say that I'm really impressed with the range of applications and with all the hard work that it took to come up with allocations. I do have to say that I'm a bit concerned that we're not funding more Latinx and Spanish-speaking projects. And my reason for that is that we know from the census that something like 15 to 20% of city residents identify themselves as Hispanic or Latinx. And again, I feel our main mandate really is to serve the city residents. And, you know, I do think that the Peace Academy, I've done some research in it, just online, and it's definitely a worthy project. And it seems to me that the project as proposed has a vast, it's ambitious, it's got a vast scope. I mean, I think it's really fantastic. Whether or not it's a good fit in terms of funding by the city of San Luis Obispo in the amount of $38,000, to me is another question. So I would feel that it would be appropriate to treat this project the way that we have the AAPI project. They asked for $15,000, they got $7,500. Big Brothers Big Sisters asked for $20,000, they got $10,000. We're not giving any money to CASA for their bilingual and Spanish outreach. Corazon Latino is getting nothing. Downtown Slows, Hispanic food food access program is not getting anything. In terms of the Lumina Alliance, which wants to work in the schools with Spanish-speaking low-income families, not getting anything. Let's see, what else? People Self-Help wants to create a website with bilingual interface. They're not getting anything. I think that's pretty much what Noor Clinics, his Spanish translation services are not getting anything. So I would just like to propose that we consider giving the Peace Academy project half of what has been requested. That'd be about $19,720, which is a significant amount of money, and then distributing the rest, $10,000 to Lumina and $9,720 to the undocumented project, which is number 25, which has asked for $40,000 and got $19,000. So I'm just going to throw that out and see what people have to say.
Sounds good, thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. I just wanted to thank the Human Relations Commissions for their hard work on this. As a new council member who's a bit overwhelmed with all the material that I have to read and deal with, it's amazing the work that our advisory bodies do to make our job easier. Tremendous amount of work going through the applications and carefully considering, it's never enough money, but doing the careful consideration to best distribute it based on our community's values and priorities. So thank you for that. I'll be supporting the recommendation from the HRC.
Thank you. So I also want to kind of add a little bit of context also along with the HRC. Really appreciate all of the hard work that this task force goes through. I know what reading many, many grants is like and going through all the detail and the mid-year reports, and I just really appreciate the HRC. Few years back, 2020, I think many people started going through a bit of a racial reckoning through the U.S., and San Luis Obispo was no different. I was able to be on the DEI task force, a diversity, equity, inclusion task force, and these DEI grants came out of this task force because we wanted to amplify what nonprofits were doing in this community to share their voice and work with the different identities that we weren't having amplified, we weren't hearing from. And I think that this is what we're seeing through these grants, is continuing to learn about and share education and awareness, and also amplifying what people are doing, as well as understanding groups we've never really even been able to share about as much. So I know we try to do this through public art. We try to do this through their specific programs, meaning each nonprofit specific programs. And I think it's really important to hear from the identity groups themselves. One of the things that this project is similar to in the past is there were some oral histories that were archived from the Indigenous people to San Luis Obispo County. There were some archives of oral stories from African American, the African diaspora from this county. Also, just completely blanked. Oh, and the Asian community as well, that was done through the History Museum. And I think that this is something that's very important, is to understand each person's truth, is to hear their own stories. So I really, I value the AAPI, the Peace Academy. There were a couple of others that I'm totally blanking on right now that I meant to write down. So I just really appreciate so much of the work that was done in this, and I fully support the recommendation that's here. I know that there's a lot of work that goes into making these decisions for the HRC, and I want to support that as well. So that's where I'm at. Any other comments and deliberation before moving this? Okay, then I will move the motion of a 5F, including the directing staff through the city attorney's office to create the appropriate wording for the end of the contract, as far as where the city does not necessarily always express the views of all of the different grants. Councilmember Francis.
Thank you for that additional historical context, and I would like to second.
Great, thank you. City Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shorsman?
Yes.
Thank you, and the motion passes 5-0. I appreciate everyone in the community who came out to talk about this, as well as who emailed us and gave us additional feedback. We'll move forward to 6A, the public hearing item of the San Luis Obispo Repertory Theater lease agreement. I believe Sustainability and Natural Resources official Bob Hill and Deputy City Manager Greg Herman will be coming to share their report.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We'll be brief for this item, and really I just wanted to take a moment to express my thanks to Bob Hill, our Sustainability Natural Resources official, as well as the entire team from SLO Rep, who's represented this evening, for their work on this. It's not every day that we get to bring forward to you a proposed agreement that will outlive us, but that's exactly what we're doing here this evening. And ultimately, I do think it's a representation of the city's commitment to downtown and to the arts and culture in our community. And I'm happy to hand it over to Bob for the details.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be before you tonight. I'm Bob Hill, Sustainability Natural Resources Official. Thank you for introductory comments, Greg, and welcome, Councilmember Boswell. Tonight, we're here to talk about the lease agreement for the San Luis Obispo Repertory Theater. Here before you is the recommendation as outlined in the staff report. We've prepared a resolution for City Council's consideration for the land under consideration, which would be co-located with the Cultural Arts District parking structure at the corner of Palma and Napomo Streets in downtown San Luis Obispo, and to find that a 99-year lease serves the public interest of the city of San Luis Obispo by advancing arts and culture, economic development, and other public benefits in accordance with California Government Code Section 53083, which has to do with economic development subsidy. And we'll talk a little bit more about that tonight, as well as approve the 99-year lease agreement in the form presented here, and authorize City Manager Whitney McDonald to sign the agreement. I thought I would start off with a few brief renderings here. So this is the current edition of how the theater would look from Monterey Street in terms of that elevation. That would be the entry into the theater with the ticket box there on the right, the structure behind it. This would be at the corner of Palma and Napomo Streets where you can see the structure and also the elevation there. Not showing in this rendering, of course, is there's a very large oak tree that would continue to be on the site and in fact is required to be protected under the EIR for the project. And then this is a plan view here showing the interior seating and floor perspective of the proposed new theater under consideration. So on the left there, it's what's called the black box, where more intimate performances could be hosted. It has 99 seats. And then to the right there is the main theater, and it has over 200 seats for a total of over 300 seats available. It's envisioned that there could be activity at the theater here year-round, almost every night. So just briefly, I wanted to go through a little bit of the policy context here. The proposed action in the lease of this particular site by the city is consistent with the downtown concept plan that was adopted by City Council, as shown on block 10 in that particular document. City Council, of course, you'll recall in 2023 through 25 through the financial plan and the economic development major city goal identified cultural vitality and specifically working with community organizations as a task here. So this is consistent with that policy direction. And then also it's worth noting that Financial Management Manual Section 475 deals with city-owned properties and disposal policies, and particularly details our policies around long-term leases for city-owned facilities. And in fact, the type of lease that we're proposing tonight, $1 per year lease, is not unusual. We have the same type of lease with the History Center of San Luis Obispo, with the SLO Museum of Art, with the Children's Museum, with City Farm SLO, the Railroad Museum, YMCA. And so just a few examples of where past city councils and the city council have found that $1 a year per year lease for a city facility where we find that that community organization accrues public benefit is in the best interest of the city of San Luis Obispo. By way of background, this is not a new project. Formerly the Little Theater, now San Luis Obispo Repertory Theater, has been working on relocating from the site next door here, which used to be the old library, going back to the early 1990s. And it was always envisioned to be a site down on Lower Monterey Street. And in March of 2000, we just recently did a little research of our council records and archives, which are and found that City Council at that time directed staff to work with the theater to look at this very site. And so this is a project that's been in the works for 25 years and really became active in the late 2017, 2018 timeframe with the SLO Repertory Theater, with establishing a new professional board and staff and the beginning of a capital campaign. City Council approved an exclusive negotiating agreement. Again, this is a process that we use through our financial management manual dealing with real property, wherein we set forward certain milestones and goals and things that needed to be achieved both by the city and by the theater in order to move forward and get comfortable with moving forward with the project. For the city's part, we needed to create the right zoning for this site, and we needed to approve an environmental impact report, which we did for both the theater and for the parking structure together. For the theater's part, they really needed to come up with a design that could be approved. They needed to importantly demonstrate that in order to enter into a lease, they needed to demonstrate that they had half of the funding that would be required to construct the theater and operate the theater, including reserves for that. They've now met those goals. The San Luis Obispo Rupert Theater, they issued a memorandum to us detailing how they've met all the requirements of the ANA to move forward to this step. And in particular, they've raised over $14 million on balance with about $18 million that they'll need to complete the theater and continue to operate it. I'm sure we'll hear from Mr. Harris or others where exactly they're at with their capital campaign and what the next steps are in their view. Lastly, the City Council has also looked deeply at this project and the benefits that we anticipate from it and have approved initially a $3.94 million grant agreement, and then later, just most recently at our most recent budget, included additional funding in that now total $6.7 million. Finally, another procedural element that was taken here is as required by our real property policies, but also more importantly by state law, we need to make findings regarding the Surplus Land Act, which deals with housing and parks and open space. And the City Council found and declared that this is considered to be surplus exempt property and not needed for the city's use. In fact, it's long been planned that by accommodating this new site, we would be able to reactivate the site next door as part of our future facilities planning. So let's get into the lease agreement a little bit. And first and foremost, I want to say that we had a really good working team that worked on this lease agreement. So I really want to call out and appreciate Assistant City Attorney Marky Kirsten, who worked very closely on this. Marky really wanted to make sure that we were working with best practices, contemporary practices for this type of lease agreement. I know she reached out to her city attorney peers. I know that we worked with outside legal counsel and really brought to bear some of the best thinking about this type of an arrangement. Also really want to appreciate and thank Kevin Harris and Chip Vichy and their SLO Reps legal counsel, Paul Reddy. We had really, I think, a convivial job before us where we were able to identify what their needs were, what our needs were, go through a term sheet, find what areas of disagreement we have, and then ultimately find how we could come to agreement on those areas of disagreement. So that's what's before you tonight. What's really important for SLO Repertory Theater is on balance with a significant tenant improvement and capital expenditure on this piece of land. They've requested a 99-year lease term. Ordinarily, under California Government Code, certain requirements of a 99-year lease must be made. The city of San Luis Obispo is a charter city, enjoys certain prerogatives and privileges, I guess I would say, in terms of making 99-year leases, but we will need to have periodic review as required to make sure that the consideration of the lease and also things like the insurance remain contemporary as we move forward. 99 years is a long time, and so what we think is the right amount of insurance today surely won't be in the future. Again, this is consistent with past practice and other facilities, $1 per year lease. The theater must demonstrate that they have all the funding plus all the contingencies and reserves available prior to commencement of construction. So we really have a strong safety net here. If they don't reach all the funding targets that they need, they're not going to be able to start construction. Within 1 year after the completion of the Cultural Arts District parking structure, which we anticipate to be in about a year's time frame, maybe a little bit more than that, they must commence construction of the theater and then complete the project within 3 years. So we really have strong requirements for getting this project started and getting it finished and not letting it drag on out into the future. The theater is used primarily for live performances, cultural, educational, recreational purposes, but they could also host with others festivals, workshops, public speakers, educational events. One of the big goals here is that this theater would be active as much as possible. The city has the right to use the theater a couple of times a year for our purpose, of course, with advance notice and scheduling with the theater. And admission fees and so forth are really in SLO Rep's discretion. I think it's worth mentioning utilities, maintenance, insurance, taxes, those kinds of things will be SLO Rep's responsibility. And then lastly, the theater may only assign the lease with city council approval, could sublet a portion of the leased premises with city manager approval and enter into short-term rentals, which might be just for a couple of nights or up to 30 days in its discretion. So the economic development subsidy I mentioned before, first and foremost, this is a relatively new California Government Code statute, and it does require a public hearing. So we've noticed this item as a public hearing. We've put this content, made it available to the public, and it requires disclosure. And basically, the code section asks us to answer certain questions. And it applies at any time when a local agency is expending more than $100,000 for the purpose of stimulating economic development, and also when there is a subsidy on any land price here. So I think both of those things are here as well. I think a primary driver for this project really is about arts and culture and having a vibrant arts and culture community in our downtown. However, we've certainly been talking about the economic development benefits as well as part of this process, and that's also a key part for us, right? We want to have people coming downtown and eating in our restaurants and shopping and staying in our hotels and those kinds of things. And in fact, we see big benefits, and we'll talk about those. So again, to reiterate, with a $6.7 million grant agreement and $1 per year rent, we're clearly in the category of needing to make these findings. And so here they are. I'll go through them and bear with me. The code asks us who we're dealing with, and that is the San Luis Obispo Repertory Theater. They are a California nonprofit here in San Luis Obispo. The start and end dates would be upon commencement of possession of the leased premises following the completion of construction of the Cultural Arts District parking structure. They would need to complete that within 3 years. The description here is the public funding, as well as the code section asks us what revenue might be lost as a result of that. And this is currently vacant, undeveloped land, so there's no way of knowing what revenue could be produced here. But not for this theater, it would produce zero, right? The statement of public purpose for the economic development subsidy is to support arts and culture in the downtown area. It was expected to generate direct and indirect local economic benefits. Projected tax revenue. We relied on reporting provided by SLO Repertory Theater, who in turn used a model promulgated by Americans for the Arts, Arts and Economic Prosperity 6 survey, the most current version of which was in January 2024. And through that process, it's a model, you put in certain inputs and you get a result out of it. They anticipate reasonably that the theater will generate $4 million in economic activity on an annual basis. We're also asked to talk about tax revenue. There's, of course, different kinds of taxes here. The theater could be subject to a possessory interest property tax. We don't know how the county tax assessor might treat this and how they would come up with a value, so that aspect is not known right now. Then finally, job creation is another key component of this. Again, according to the data provided by SLO Rep and their modeling, the downtown theater would generate 7 full-time positions and 5 full-time equivalent positions, so a total of part-time. Anytime they have a play coming through town, there's going to be show-specific artist contracts, 16.73 full-time positions for a total of almost 29 full-time equivalent positions and 277 positions hired in our community. So again, those are the required elements of the economic development statute as required by law and as required by this public hearing, and as also reiterated in the approving resolution that we've prepared for you tonight. So I'll conclude with our recommendation again regarding the resolution, the findings for California Government Code 53083, which we've just been through, and approving the 99-year lease with authority for Whitney to sign the agreement. Lastly, I'll just include this nice picture of what we've all been working towards. So we're available for questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for a great presentation. And I feel like we've been talking about this for a very long time, so feeling very caught up. Any questions that my colleagues have? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just a couple, hopefully easy ones. I think there was some agenda correspondence about the 99-year lease, and you mentioned also some of the other organizations that we have these long-term leases in. The one sort of pivot on that question that I wondered is, are most of the other leases that we have for $1 a year also 99-year leases, or do they vary in the time frame that they are?
Yeah, thanks for that question. They all vary in time frame and duration. The terms are a little bit different based on what the needs were and what the organization was and the particularities of the site or the facility. We don't have any other community partner nonprofit leases that are 99-year. The farthest out that we go is with the City Farm Slow, where we approved an amendment a couple of years ago that takes them out to 2065. And then again, that was in a very similar situation. Their major donors were anticipating working with them to fund some significant capital improvements out at the farm, a new barn structure for cold storage and packing and things like that. And they wanted to rely on the assurance that they would have the land tenure over the long term.
So the fact that this is a big project, a big new building, that's sort of how you came to the conclusion that 99 years was an appropriate time frame, even though we may not have others that are that long. I'm just curious about the precedence of this.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was about subleasing. On your slide, it said that the organization could sublet for a portion of the building for up to 30 days, I think. Is that, did I read, because there were a couple spots in the contract that it didn't necessarily say a portion of the building, so I just wanted a little clarity on what that actually means.
Yeah, thanks for the question. We looked at 3 different categories. So one would be an assignment of the leasehold interest in its entirety, just saying, we want to move on, do something else, and we want to identify another organization to take over this facility and be bound by the exact same terms of this lease. That would be an assignment in full and would be subject to city council approval and at your sole discretion. You'd have no obligation to do that if it were proposed. A sublet would be for a portion of the building. And that would be, say, for example, they wanted to sublet just the black box while retaining the main theater for themselves. That would be a sublet, and that would require approval by the city manager. Short-term leases, which we defined as being up to 30 days, but usually for the most part, that's going to be your night-to-night contract. Say you've got somebody coming in and they're going to do something, I don't know, a comedy show for a 3-night showing. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night, and then they're done. That's the kind of thing that would be totally in the discretion of the slow rep.
So just for my clarity, they have the ability, the way the contract is written now, to both sublet a portion of the facility or sublease up to 30 days the entire facility? Or is it just one or the other?
We don't basically yes, although we don't use those exact terms. So a sublet of a portion of the building or the whole building for a longer period of time would require the approval of the city manager. A short-term rental, so to speak, or a short-term arrangement up to 30 days would be at their discretion, which could be in whole or in part.
Okay, and then last, I think there was a clause that the city can use the theater twice a year. Can you talk about how you came to that clause?
Yeah, thank you. I know that they wanted to use the facility for all kinds of uses. We have a similar arrangement with our existing use for the Little Theater next door, and honestly, we haven't used it that often, so I thought 2 was probably reasonable. It's a somewhat arbitrary number. I do recall an occasion when we had a very nice advisory body reception there that was well received and everybody was able to be seated. But I don't know that we specifically, at least I don't have a specific idea about what that kind of thing would be, but a couple of times a year seemed appropriate.
Thank you, appreciate
Nothing magic to it, though.
Just wondered
Yeah.
if there was, but thank you.
No specific formula. Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yes, well, Slow Rep has been around for a really long time, and I think it will be around for another 99 years at least. But do we have standard sort of successor in interest kind of language? If, let's just say, Slow Rep for some reason went bankrupt, decided not to continue, what would happen during the 99-year period?
Yes, thank you. So we have very clear spelled out provisions for events that would essentially be a breach of contract, all right? One of them would be if they cease operations, or more particularly, if they no longer are in good standing with their 501c3 nonprofit status, if they are not maintaining insurance, if they're not operating the theater. There's a variety of different things that are very clear. And those things would be cause to cancel the lease. Of course, there would be noticing requirements there. Slow Rep would have opportunities to cure, and if after exhausting all those administrative remedies we'd go through, then we could ultimately make that decision. That's in part why we built in a couple other options. So one option, if we weren't in that situation, would be that Slow Rep could propose, we want to be to convert it into a for-profit organization, in which case we would say, okay, well, then you're going to need to also pay market rate price rent because you'd no longer be a nonprofit here. They could, again, that's why we had that provision for they could choose to propose an assignment in whole to another entity. We thought that might be interesting because they might know of another organization and they could propose that to us. Otherwise, it would revert back to us and it would be on us to do the work of identifying another tenant or propose another use. So we wanted to have some options in that kind of scenario, which of course won't ever happen.
Because the theater actually then is will be city property, is that correct?
Yeah, fundamentally, what we're talking about here is a leasehold interest, and the city will continue to own the land.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. Has the theater been through design review, or is that still to come?
Yes, they've been through design review, so the Architectural Review Commission approved the designs.
Okay. Will we see anything else about this project prior to them commencing construction, or is this sort of the last piece of the puzzle?
That's a good question. I hadn't actually thought of that question, so I'll answer it. I'll take a stab at it, and Mr. Herman, if you have any ideas. But I would think that we would want to come back when we're coming to the point we're saying they're ready to commence construction. And certainly that would be a communication item. I don't know if necessarily the council would need to take action, but they're going to also, so we have a grant agreement as amended. They'll need to meet certain milestones and conditions preceding to us funding there. Right now, they have submitted for their building permit, consistent with those architectural designs, consistent with the final environmental impact report, all of which is required in the lease for them to be in compliance with. So they're moving right along, and then really the important part is that they're able to demonstrate to our reasonable satisfaction that they have all the funding available to not only construct the theater, but to also to establish an operating reserve, contingencies for cost overruns, those kinds of things, and also a 3-year plan for building maintenance and facilities maintenance and replacement as well.
Mr. Herman.
Correct. I just might want to add that would, at a minimum, be a cause for communication to council and the community so that they're aware that they've reached that milestone. But I would think that we would also want to likely bring back Slow Rep for a presentation to the council and an opportunity to celebrate that accomplishment.
Great. Thank you.
Sounds like a good plan. Thank you. Well, without any further questions, we'll move forward to public comment. City Clerk.
We have 2 public speakers, Kevin Harris and Chip Vichy.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, honorable council members. I'm Kevin Harris. I'm Managing Artistic Director for Slow Rep. The Board of Directors asked me to represent them tonight and to answer any questions you might have about this proposed lease agreement. This lease is, as you know, a very big milestone in our journey together to build a new downtown venue for live theater, and we sincerely hope it meets with your approval tonight. In any event, the board and the staff, several of whom are here tonight, have asked me to be sure to convey their deep appreciation for your generous and unwavering support of this joint project. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I know that you're all familiar with our vision and operating plans, but for the benefit of the residents who are here tonight and watching online, I thought it might be helpful to review a few key points about why we believe our project will benefit the entire community. Slow Rep has undertaken this project not just to have a state-of-the-art venue where we can all enjoy great plays, but also because we believed this project would contribute to the community's quality of life in a variety of ways. For example, this project has enabled us to expand our Academy of Creative Theater educational programming. Thanks to our new headquarters on Empleo Street, we have been able to dramatically increase enrollment. 3 years ago, we were maxed out at 250 students. This year, we will serve nearly 800 students. Thank you, Mr. Collins, for having your daughter there. Importantly, over 27 years of this program's life, no student has ever been turned away for lack of tuition. Another example, as Mr. Hill mentioned, in our new downtown venue, we will have 2 theaters, a 215-seat main stage and a 99-seat flexible theater for new plays, late-night cabaret, and other live performances. We expect to produce 320 shows annually. That alone is a huge injection of cultural activity that will, of course, contribute to downtown's vitality. In addition to our cultural impact, there is, of course, the economic impact. We expect to draw 50,000 patrons a year downtown, nearly 3 times what we are drawing now. To put that number in perspective, that 50,000 is more than the number of people who attend Cal Poly art shows at the PAC. From a total economic impact perspective, more than just food and drink, as Bob mentioned, this new building is projected to create over $4 million in economic activity annually. This is not including ticket sales. That number approaches 5% of the total economic activity of the entire downtown core. For all of these reasons, I believe it's not an exaggeration to say that this project is the largest local cultural development since the PAC was built almost 30 years ago. Thank you so much for your partnership and your unwavering support of this project.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Stewart, honorable council members, my name is Chip Vichy. I've been on the Slow Rep board since 2017. I just wanted to add very briefly a couple of supporting observations about this project and the lease. When I moved here 20 years ago, the PAC was about to celebrate its 10th anniversary, and it was very clear to me that the community was fiercely proud of the PAC, largely because Cal Poly, the city, Cal Poly, and private donors had come together to make it happen. I firmly believe that the new Slow Rep Theater will be another shining example of that kind of community partnership, one in which strategic investment by government inspires generous private sector support. It's worth noting that 70% of the total project's cash costs will be borne by private donors and 30% by the city. The result will be, I am confident, a downtown landmark of enduring value. And finally, I wanted to make this note. Mr. Hill mentioned it. I had the privilege of serving on the Slow Rep team that negotiated the terms of this lease with city staff. The council should be pleased to know that the negotiations were efficient and rigorous and never rancorous. In fact, both sides repeatedly helped the other side come up with language that would solve a sticky point. And it, we believe, fully protects the city's interests while giving Slow Rep the operating latitude it needs to be successful. In every instance, it was a win-win. It was a constructive process, and city staff deserves enormous credit for that. And thank you all for your ongoing and future support of this project. We're going to make it work and work well. Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the speakers and for the report. This has been a very long process, and just for community members that maybe don't know that, I just want to kind of highlight that we have been through step by step by step of the process of well, not us redesigning, but the SLO Rep redesigning the theater to make it work and make it fit, continuing to change. How do we look at the finances? And so I just really appreciate that we are here at this point. Do my colleagues have any deliberation? Vice Mayor.
Just looking forward to supporting this contract. I know it has been a long haul and want to commend SLO Rep on the enormous amount and ongoing fundraising that they're continuing to do. And I'm sure they're concerned about the time frame that as time passes between now and when they can go out to bid to actually get a final number for their construction and so that they can break ground when the parking structure is complete. But it's been a long time coming, and I appreciate the comments that Mr. Vishy made about I'm not surprised that it was constructive and good communication between our staff and you all. So looking forward to eventually seeing a show in the new theater.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I agree with everything you said. I think this is a real achievement, and as staff mentioned, this is none of us will still be on the planet in 99 years unless there is a miracle, but it's really a legacy for SLO Rep and also for the City Council and City staff. And so when the moment is right, I'd like to make the motion to approve.
Thank you. I think the moment's right because I don't see anyone else having a comment, so feel free.
I'd like to move I'd like to move that we adopt a draft resolution entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Luis Obispo, California, finding that a lease agreement with the San Luis Obispo Repertory Theater for certain real property owned by the city located at 610 and 614 Monterey Street, a portion of 972 Napomo Street, and a portion of city parking lot number 14 is of public benefit in accordance with the California Government Code Section 53078 and approving the lease agreement as staff recommends.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
I will provide an enthusiastic second.
Wonderful. Roll call, please, City Clerk.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shorsman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, also enthusiastically. Thank you very much. This motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much to all of the staff work that's been done on this for recently and in the past. And with this, we'll take a 10-minute break and we'll see you back with budget. Gotta go back and forth, back like Morse code. Oh. Well, thank you everybody for your patience as we took a little break. We're going to come back together for the financial plan, setting the stage in the first quarter budget report. And with us, we have, excuse me, Finance Director Emily Jackson and Principal Budget Analyst Riley Kuhn.
Wonderful. Good evening, Council. Happy to be here this evening. Tonight is really the start of a number of public budget discussions upcoming over the next several months as we march towards June 3rd, when we'll bring a budget to your Council for consideration of adoption. I want to be clear at the outset that there is no action required or requested from Council this evening. Tonight's item is purely informational. The intent of the item tonight is to provide further context that we all need to be considering as we set out to develop the budget for 25-27. Tonight you'll see in the presentation a high-level overview of the first quarter report for the current fiscal year 24-25, and then we'll dive into a couple areas that we've identified as sort of key themes that are going to impact development of the 25-27 financial plan. Given that the general plan guides a lot of the work that the city does on an annual basis, we've included a brief update on status of implementing the general plan. We'll touch on that quickly and then wrap up with an overview of the progress that we've made so far on achieving the major city goals that your council identified with adoption of the 23-25 financial plan. In addition, we will provide some early information about the results of the community survey and provide a last-minute plug to community members who haven't been able to fill that out yet. Reminder to please do that by Friday of this week. So one of the things that we wanted to start doing in all of our budget presentations is remind ourselves on an ongoing basis of all of the things that we need to be thinking about when we build a budget. This is a graphic that you're going to start to see a lot of, I expect, and is intended to represent, the idea that budget development is not done in a vacuum. There are an infinite number of things that we need to be factoring in, and this graphic is really intended to represent some of the big ones. The important thing I think that we all keep in mind is that it's very easy to become focused on any one of these issues. As an example, we've got major city goals that we talk quite a bit about. We invest resources in the general plan, like I noted, all while trying to maintain our basic service levels, make our debt service payments, pay our employees a competitive wage. We have labor negotiations coming up here pretty soon. And then, of course, addressing all of these given current economic conditions. And so this is, I think, a good reminder and something we'll keep coming back to just to make sure that we're all keeping in mind that even though we may talk about one of these things at any given time, there's a bunch of other things we need to be thinking about. And so tonight we'll touch on some of those items that I mentioned on the first slide, and I'm going to turn it over to Riley to walk you through the details of the presentation, and I'll weigh in throughout.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, 1 quarter into the year is our first opportunity to view operating results against budget, and we get a pretty limited insight from this early in the year. Revenues are generally less than a quarter of budget due to reporting delays, and expenditures are generally greater than a quarter due to purchase orders opened early. So rather than focus on those percents, we're going to try to talk about what we do know now early in the year. On the revenue side, we're cautiously optimistic that all funds are on track, but we're flagging 3 areas of risk. In the general fund, we do see development fees below budget and trending down year over year. And we do think that's going to persist throughout the year, just based on national trends and what we're seeing in permit activity. The parking fund is also below budget year to date. Parking rates were just set, and this is our first opportunity to really see how that's going to play out. So we're going to keep a close eye on this one for another quarter to make sure the parking fund remains healthy. And I do want to speak to transit being a very low percent received year to date, largely a grant-funded program. Timing of grants can have a big impact on how they do versus budget, but we are really happy to see that fare box revenue is right on target. And again, on expenditures, we have pretty limited insights this early in the year. Almost every fund is overexpended on paper, but when we look at actual cash out the door, each fund and department is healthy. The most positive indicator that we have is staffing, and across the board, staffing expenditures are in line with expectations. So we do think at this point in the year, all funds are on track to finish within budget. And I'll pass back to Emily for a storm update.
Thank you. So as we've historically done over the last about a year and a half, here is the first quarter budget update on where we are with storm activity and reimbursement. Happy to report that as of the writing of this report, the estimated cost to repair all of the damage still remains at that $48.4 million mark. very significant number. As of today, we've still spent right around $13 million. Again, as we reported in the last quarter, that number is not changing a whole lot at this point, given that we've accomplished some pretty major projects, including San Luis Drive, and many others are kind of in the design phase at this point when we're not spending a whole lot of money. And so once we move to that construction phase on some of those projects, we would expect that that number will start to change again. At this point, in the last quarter, we reported that all of the projects had been submitted to FEMA and were formally being considered. At this point, very happy to report that all of our projects have made it past the first hurdle. We've been working very closely with our liaisons at both FEMA and Cal OES to make sure that our project submittals are complete for purposes of review by the CRC, which is the group at FEMA that actually makes final determinations about obligating funding for reimbursement. And so that was a pretty big milestone that we achieved just in the last week or so. Despite that good news, we're still having a couple of issues. Like I spoke to last quarter, the disaster relief funds, which fund public assistance programs through FEMA, continue to be fully obligated due to the hurricanes and other natural disasters that we've been seeing nationwide. The feds are still working to secure additional funding, and we don't have a time estimate about when they will be able to replenish that fund. And our understanding currently is that their plan is to not obligate any additional projects right now until the money has been replenished. We continue to pepper our disaster recovery technical assistants at EY, Ernst & Young, with questions about what that means for us, and they continue to assure us, and what we continue to hear from FEMA as well, is that we don't expect that that will impact our chances to get projects obligated, but it's likely going to take a little bit more time. And so I expect that with the change in administration at the federal level, Congress is going to be pretty busy, and I'm not sure at this point when they will get to it, but that's something that we're tracking very closely. In addition, we're having some issues securing emergency permits for work that we already did through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We have a handful of projects, including San Luis Drive and some of the projects out at the golf course, that require permitting through the Army Corps. They're very understaffed, it sounds, right now, and very busy with permitting for other natural disasters nationwide. And so we're seeing a pretty significant delay in our ability to obtain those permits. This is something that we've put on Congressman Carvajal's radar, and we've also, I think, in the last couple of weeks, had a little bit of success reaching somebody higher up at the Army Corps of Engineers. But I think we've done what we can do to try and move that process forward, but that's something that we're still waiting on. So that is where we are with storm numbers, not changing a whole lot. Still waiting to start seeing some checks rolling in, but we're hopeful that we're moving in the right direction on that.
Moving on to setting the stage. And this item has historically been about providing some context on areas that are going to have a significant impact on the budget. The areas that we've identified for this financial plan are state legislation, macroeconomic conditions, and the growth of our community. Starting with setting the stage, there are roughly 1,000 bills signed into law each year, and our administration department will deliver its annual report in February, so I won't go into detail on all of them. But the two areas with the greatest budgetary implications for us are Prop 19 and the numerous housing bills passed each year. And in our report, we highlighted a number of examples that will really require staff to build new tools and overhaul rules, especially around ADUs. And what this means for us is more community development staff time is devoted to these activities, building the tools, integrating new programs, and not on activities related to reviewing and approving development. And that's important to the community. The costs of those services are passed on to them in the form of fees or taxes, and always top of mind in budget development. And the other item from the state recently is Prop 19, which intersects with Prop 13, which limits assessed value increases in property taxes to 2% per year. So I included this illustrative example. A home purchased in 1978 when Prop 13 was passed for $100,000 would be worth $1.3 million today and have an assessed value of just under $250,000. This is a headwind to property taxes for us. Locally, this has been offset, at least in part, by the fact that when these homes are sold, they move from the yellow line to the blue line, and property taxes increase accordingly. Prop 19 was passed in 2020, and it allows transfers of those lower assessed values when California residents who are 55 and up and a few other groups move within the state. And what this means for us is that houses could actually move from the blue line to the yellow line and see reductions in property taxes. The county assessors have included some reporting on this in recent annual reports, and countywide we see net negative transfers from Prop 19 of about $100 million a year. The impact to the city's property revenues is pretty minimal. We think it's in the $10,000 to $15,000 range. And there are also some positive community benefits, so including filtering so that the housing market is a little bit more dynamic is certainly a positive impact. But budgetarily, it's moving in the wrong direction for us. The second theme, macroeconomic conditions, and generally we don't factor these into the budget. They're very hard to predict, but they can have a big impact on our actual results. And I think a lot of us are familiar with inflation at this point. Inflation's the year-over-year price increase for a basket of goods and services as measured by an index. The CPI, Consumer Price Index, measures household spending, and that's a proxy for our labor costs as we strive to keep up with cost of living. The California Construction Cost Index is representative of the city's cost to complete capital projects. And the CCCI has increased roughly double the total amount of the CPI over the last 10 years, which is why we're seeing our projects come in so much higher than budget. Both indexes are now increasing at much slower rates and hopefully will continue to do so. CCCI is increasing at a lower rate than CPI. In the report, we also included a few examples of our actual price increases, things that we've observed in the city's budget. And you'll see that we're not always a representative consumer of these goods and services, so some projects will continue to come in higher, and hopefully we'll start to see a few come in lower. Inflation has also had a pretty big impact on sales tax growth rates. This chart compares year-over-year sales tax growth rates for the city and the state. And our city has very closely mirrored the trend at the state level. We witnessed declines during the pandemic and steep growth immediately afterwards. And the post-pandemic growth trend was at least in part driven by inflation and price increases. And that's had a significant negative impact on the community here and nationwide, and people clearly shifted their spending patterns as a result. Locally, we're really fortunate that we've seen flat growth year over year. Statewide, sales tax revenues have actually been contracting. So the medicine for inflation is higher interest rates. The Federal Reserve increases interest rates to reduce aggregate demand and cool the economy. That's not a precise tool. It has broad and unintended consequences. Generally speaking, the economy just slows down. The most impacted sectors are going to be any business or industry that's dependent on debt financing to sell their products. And we see that locally most pronounced in housing. So this graph shows housing starts over time nationwide. And this is just the first permit pulled for any single family or multifamily residence. You can see on the chart, I identified the first rate hike in March of 2022, and development activity nationwide fell pretty drastically immediately afterwards. And we've seen that locally with our community development department. Higher interest rates will also have an impact on our sales tax revenues. So industries whose customers typically borrow to make purchases are going to be most impacted. And nearly a third of our sales tax revenue locally comes from new car dealers and building materials suppliers, heavily interest rate sensitive industries. Some good news on this is that since the Federal Reserve is now on a path to lower interest rates, we should see these sectors pick up. And with that, we'll move to the final category of our report, community growth, and really thinking about the budgetary implications of community growth. So I think we're all pretty well aware that our community has grown, however you've seen it. It's measurable. So with census data, we see that our population locally has grown about 9% since 2010. And most of that growth has happened very recently, probably aided at least in part by the expansion of remote work. I also want to call out that these results are roughly in line with the growth contemplated by the general plan, which we do have some control over, but not entirely. So one reason that community growth has budgetary implications is that it doesn't entirely pay for itself. We have a thriving tourism sector, and big box retail is a major contributor to our sales tax revenues. This clearly attracts shoppers from around the county and the area. We see this show up in the data through much higher taxable sales per capita than surrounding areas. Effectively, we're getting a subsidy from our strong local economy. And when the community grows, we share this subsidy across a larger population. Another impact of growth is seen in demand for city services. Use of our services is growing more quickly than the population almost across the board. And one reason for this is that growth inherently brings changes in demographics. So for example, we're seeing much more youth athletics participants, probably simply because we have more children living here now. And with the help of Measure G20 and a growing local economy, we've been able to invest in staffing to meet this demand for services and add roughly 100 headcount in the last 10 years. These have been broadly aligned with the community identified priorities. So this headcount growth includes a number of Parks and Rec positions, staffing up of our DEI and National Resources Protection programs, adding IT staff to modernize operations, adding positions to Community Development Department to address housing and homelessness, and making some targeted investments in public works, including our CIP engineering and various maintenance divisions. And for the third sector of our community growth discussion, I'm going to pass it back to Emily for discussion on our infrastructure needs.
Thank you, Riley. So Riley did a pretty good job of covering the operating impacts that we've seen as a result of the growth of the community, increased calls for service, demands for other services that the city provides. But it's also important to keep in mind the infrastructure needs that come from new development. You know, we've had development both at the perimeter of the city that necessitates the need for construction of new infrastructure, whether it be an interchange or a fifth fire station to serve the community while maintaining the expected level of service in terms of response times, as an example. The community growth, regardless of where development is, also means that all of our infrastructure is being used more frequently. So it means that we're having to replace and refurbish facilities, roads, other infrastructure more frequently than we might otherwise have to. And so I think these are important things to keep in mind. We pay very close attention, of course, to the day-to-day operating impacts that the growth of the community poses, but there's longer term needs as well. And so this is something that really hits us both on the capital as well as the operating side, and something worth considering as we move forward with budget discussions. On the next slide, we highlight some of the information included in the report relative to implementation of the general plan. As I discussed at the outset, the general plan, in addition to about 11 other strategic plans that the city has, directs a lot of the work that city staff does. An update on the general plan was provided earlier this year, and the next one will come next April when your council will hear in more detail about all of the work being done related to general plan implementation. And I think that it's just important to keep in mind the work that comes out of those plans. There's a lot of great work being done, more to come, and always making sure that, you know, in addition to potential for legislative changes that change the way that we operate at times, so too does implementation of these plans. And so it's something that we always need to give consideration to in terms of holding space in our staff capacity and in the budget to address these needs on an ongoing basis. And then finally, to round out the setting the stage portion of the evening, I think it's always helpful to check in on where we are in terms of our progress in achieving our major city goals that were adopted by your council back at the outset of the 23-25 financial plan period. As you can see from this slide and the information provided in the report, there is a lot that has been accomplished, and there is also a lot of work that is ongoing. In discussions with council in advance of this item, we got a number of questions about how much of the work that comes out of major city goal tasks and activities is ongoing in nature versus one-time in nature. And so we've pulled some statistics and included it on this slide. You'll see that the vast majority of major city goal tasks result in ongoing workload. And so there's a lot of really good work being done, and we look forward to council's deliberations in February about what our new major city goals will be for 25-27. But important to keep in mind that there is, while there are discrete tasks that occur as a result of major city goals, things that we can check off the box. We've done this study. We had a study session. We did a survey. We collected information. There is also a number of ongoing tasks associated as we continue to integrate sustainability, DEI, and other areas of our major city goals into our daily operations. And then finally, like I said at the beginning, just a final plug for everybody who has not done so already to complete the community survey. It's been open for just about a month now. We've included a QR code so everybody can access it relatively easily tonight. Please tell your friends, your family that we're very interested in getting their feedback. Earlier today, we had just under 1,200 responses. I looked about an hour ago, we were at 1,213 responses. So they're continuing to roll in, which is really thrilling to have that much response in a community this size. And I think just speaks to the engagement of this community, the excitement to be involved in the process. Completing the community survey is a really tremendous way, an opportunity for the community to make sure their voices are heard. Helps us to identify priorities. Our next stop in this budget journey will be back on January 14th to debrief more completely about the results from the survey and do some planning for the community forum that we have coming up on Thursday, January 26th. But at a high level, the survey so far is showing 5 key areas that are not at all dissimilar from your council's current major city goals. And so the good news there is that it sounds like the community appreciates the work that we're currently doing and would like to see more of it. And so I think we have a lot of interesting conversations around that to come. So again, on January 14th, just in terms of a little bit of wayfinding and what is coming next, we will be seeking some direction from council. Again, we'll be preparing for the community forum and ultimately your council's goal setting workshop in February. This will be the opportunity that we have every 2 years to holistically bring our fiscal policies to your council for review and consideration. We will be recommending some changes to reflect really guidance that we heard from you all with adoption of the user fee study relative to what types of services fall into different cost recovery categories. So we'd like your review and input on that to make sure we've got that right. We will use those policies next time we set out to do another user fee study, probably within 2 years. One of the things that we'll also be doing this year is presenting you with a set of budget balancing strategies. This is something that I kind of introduced the concept of this a couple of months ago in early budget discussions as we look towards 25-27. These are really things that the city is already doing and represent best practices. And the intent here is to really centralize all of that information into a single document So council has the opportunity to weigh in and provide guidance and direction to staff about how we balance the budget, both in good times and in bad. So the intent is that that document is going to be pretty flexible, and we can tailor it to our needs in any given year. And so we're looking forward to introducing that to the council and the community. We'll also seek your input on the format of the financial plan. Are there things that are missing that you would like to see? Are we providing too much of something? We really want to strike the balance between providing enough information so that people feel that they can engage in a meaningful way, and to make being a part of the conversation more accessible, make the budget and the process more transparent, but also not overwhelm people with too much information. We'll also, as we have historically done, touch on the long-term economic forecast more broadly, and talk about upcoming capital improvement projects, where those stand, what the horizon looks like over the next 10 plus years relative to capital improvement projects and all of the needs out there. And then finally, one of the things we'll be discussing is the additional discretionary payments that we make to CalPERS. As you'll recall, we've been making additional discretionary payments consistently since adoption of the Fiscal Health Response Plan after CalPERS made some policy changes. Those have been an amount of $2 million annually in addition to our normal payments. And then in some years, we've made additional payments to help pay down our pension debt. And the ADPs have not been inflated consistent with the increase in pensionable staffing costs. And so just given where the budget sits at this point, we thought it would be a good idea to have a conversation with your council about understanding all the things that we need to be balancing out and considering is now the time to increase the payment. And our recommendation will be that we do that, and we'll have some more information to share at that point. So that's a look at our next item, and then this next slide just includes all of the dates that we have upcoming. Budget Foundation in January, in just about a month. The Community Forum and the Goal Setting Workshops are other great opportunities for the community to participate in public discussions. The Community Forum will be incredibly interactive, as it has been in prior years, with staff on hand to help community members understand what the city can reasonably do in some of these priority areas. We'll look forward to your goal setting workshop, where you'll give us direction on major city goals for 25-27, and then we'll be back to council in mid-April with preliminary budget numbers for your consideration and guidance before we bring the budget back for adoption at the beginning of June. So there is a lot happening in the coming months. We're in a race at this point, and we're excited to get going and work closely with you to develop the financial plan for the coming 2 years. So with that concludes our presentation this evening, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you so much. That's a jam-packed report full of information, and I'm thrilled at the 1,200 people that have turned in a survey, and I was hoping it would be like the Parklet level, like 7,000 people, but it's not going to happen, I guess. That's okay. No, but I appreciate you putting out the survey one more time, and it's just kind of just encouraging people to give their 2 cents, because this is really the time over the next 2 years, and sometimes people put in their wishes later, and it's like, well, the budget's already planned and the priorities already planned. So appreciate that. As far as the community, the community growth not paying for itself, I also really appreciate how you shared that, because I think that that's often the question we have is, exactly how much does it cost for the community to pay for itself? And I think as we're looking at the new housing from all different developers or all different investors, what does that look like? What do we have to pay into that to provide the services that we need to as a city? So I'm looking forward to that conversation much more too. Any questions from my colleagues? Vice Mayor.
Just to delve into the storm a little bit more, it sounds like we're in sort of as a holding pattern, for lack of a better term. Is there any hope on the horizon that we'll get some level of certainty of when they'll start entertaining our either existing, maybe we might see some existing claims that we've made, maybe that's the wrong word I'm using, but when will we start seeing some of the money from the projects that we've already done, and any crystal ball about when we might be able to see some new projects proposed?
If I had a crystal ball about what FEMA was going to do, I might be using that power differently. It's a great question. I think, you know, my understanding is that it typically takes Congress like 2 or 3 months to replenish the disaster relief fund. I don't know how the change in administration is going to impact that, but that's something that we're tracking pretty closely. I think there's a lot to still be seen and learned there. At this point, we do have about $200 worth of our projects obligated, and so my hope and expectation is that at the point at which the disaster relief fund is replenished, that we would start to see some money in relatively short order, but it's unpredictable. We believe that absent issues with the disaster relief fund and change in administration, we would still be looking at that 12-month time frame, but there's just a lot of uncertainty at this point. And so the good news to share, though, not related to the storms, but related to FEMA, is that we are seeing money from COVID roll in. And so that's really exciting. There was a much higher bar for COVID reimbursement after ARPA money was provided. And so really happy to be seeing some money come in from that. But there's not a lot of certainty at this point. It's something that I'm Googling it every single day to just trying to figure out what Congress is doing about this issue. And unfortunately, there's just not a lot of information available.
I just want to be realistic, because I think I remember the city of Atascadero, it took them like 10 years or more to get their reimbursement back from rebuilding their city hall. So it's potentially a long wait ahead of us. The only other question I had was about, in terms of our pension obligations, wondering if through this process at some time when you come before us, if you might be able to provide us an update on what the returns for CalPERS have been looking at the most recent year, just to give us some perspective on if they're doing better than target, worse than target. Sometimes that's just helpful context.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. They did do better last year than they had in prior years, so that's a good thing. You know, we had an actuarial analysis done it was presented May of last year. We haven't had another one done since that time. We usually try to wait a couple of years, but we can take a look at where things stand and see what we can pull together. But yes, we can certainly share information about investment returns.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question as far as CalPERS and what we're really going to have to do. Councilmember Marks.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm really glad that you're looking at community growth and the fact that it essentially, as you said, doesn't pay for itself, which means that we're going to have to pay close attention to the capital budget and infrastructure and all of that. And I'm just thinking that as you make your presentations to the community in this forum, in the City Council and other forums, if you could explain a little bit about Mello-Roos districts, because the newer developments such as San Luis Ranch, Rigetti, Avila Ranch, and maybe more, but the big ones, they're all subject to Mello-Roos assessments. And although people may understand that when they may be told that when they actually buy the homes, when they're getting the property tax, they're going, what? Because they don't necessarily, and I just, as a neighbor have been explaining to people that development has to pay for itself. And that's, part of what facilitates these housing projects is that we know for sure we're not going to bankrupt the whole city because we're adding more housing. So it's a balance, but I just think that there's a whole lot of ignorance out there. I don't mean that in a pejorative sense, so people just don't know what it's all about. So that's just my comment, so thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. In looking back over many of the issues that's come before the council in the last couple of years, part of doing my homework, it's pretty clear that probably our biggest financial struggles have been around capital projects, ongoing operations for the city. We seem to be doing fairly well. We've done wise budgets for planning for that. And it's easier to plan for, but these capital projects have, sometimes come in 40, 50+% over what we estimated. So my question, being new to the budgeting process for the city, is as we go forward over the next several months, we have a very large list of capital improvements projects. I can't remember the total dollar amount, but I was kind of shocked when I did the math. And I know periodically those numbers get updated as we get new information or we do additional studies or things of that nature. But how up to date are the current costs in our CIP? And as part of the financial planning process, do we try to get all of those as up to date as possible, or is that dependent on when we do an engineering study or something of that nature?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Public Works to come up to handle some more of the details, but the general answer is that, the cost estimates are updated when we need to provide updated information to the community or council or ourselves as we look to prioritize and kind of shuffle the money around in the projects. The last couple of larger budget items, whether it's supplement or mid-year, has included a reallocation of capital project funding with the intent of really being able to fund those projects that are shovel ready and ready to move forward, so that we're not hoarding money on projects that aren't, are still in the design or planning phase. So we move money with relative frequency on capital projects, but Matt can provide you with more detailed answer on that.
Sure, thank you. Matt Horn, Public Works Director. The capital projects for the 25-27 financial plan are currently being updated as we speak. So what we do is we have an existing list of projects that we're working on. We update it with the best available information that we have right now. We also reach out to our other departments and ask them for their needs as far as different equipment and different projects. We size that and try to triage and do the most important things first. Then we go to the community, do the community forum, and learn what new or other things that we need to implement with the capital plan. All that kind of goes into a list where we prioritize based on what we think is the most important thing, when we can deliver that most important thing. So part of budgeting for a capital project, it's a bit of an art and science to it. Being that you have an idea, you have a concept, you have a wish that you want to complete, and you set aside a budget for that. You say, this is going to cost X. As you go through the public outreach component of it, scoping the project, getting everyone's wants and wishes, that usually your project becomes more grand in scale than you're initially thinking. So what in the perfect world we would like to have is a project delivery process that identifies the concept of it. We can work on the concept of it, get that locked down more, and then do an estimate for construction and include that in a future project. The problem with that approach is it takes a longer delivery plane to have that project. So instead of doing design one year and construction the next, we would do design 1 year and construction perhaps 2 years down the road into a future capital project where we could budget with the best available information. So we are going to a slower delivery process and focusing more efforts with our current capital plan, and we hope council will support that. One other thing I'll just kind of add on the dollars and cents of the capital plan, it's a mixture of all different funds, so all of our enterprise funds, of course, general fund. There's also debt financing that's included in there, and of course, grants, either anticipated grants or received grants. And so sometimes the dollars are much larger than you would think that, you know, a $120 million budget could support. So that's part of the rationale there. Did I miss anything?
Thank you. I may just tag on a little bit just to say we do evaluate our capital improvement plan and the budget every 2 years at least, and then often at supplement as well. And that's because changes need to be made in order to provide funding where we think we need it to go. If you look at our CIP budget, they're nice round numbers, and that I think reflects kind of what our Public Works Director was indicating, that some of it depends on where the project is in its lifespan. We know a lot more obviously when it goes out to bid, but even then the budget is going to be more to account for contingencies and things like that. Whatever is left over once a project is completed, it kind of drops down into essentially fund balance and used and allocated to other projects. So there's always an element of estimation. The budget itself gives us that wiggle room for things that come up during construction, and then the funding that's left gets used again. Some things in the CIP, because a project may be, it requires several phases, so we try to identify design dollars compared to construction dollars if we're in a project that, say, takes 10 or 20 years to plan and then ultimately build. The other thing that you'll see in our CIP is we often account for annual projects that, say our annual paving maintenance project. There's a large round number in there, and it may help us address 20 different road segments, let's say, as well as 30 curb ramps, but we aren't going to go into that level of specificity. So depending on the project, we may design it for the amount of money that we have available. So it's really, it depends on the project that we're identifying. And then when it comes to prioritizing, we look at things like health and safety, things that just absolutely we need to do. There are always emergencies that come up and projects that we do not anticipate, and so we need to account for things like that in our CIP. And then there are projects, again, that take many, many years to bring them to fruition that we have in there, as well as just ongoing maintenance. So it's a pretty nuanced process. They're always overly ambitious, I have found. We want to do everything. And staff really does too. We really want to provide all of the things that we see out in the community and that people have told us that they need. We agree they are needed. It's just a matter of time. It's time and money at the end of the day, and so it's a matter of trying to prioritize. The one last piece is grant funding, and sometimes that can kick in a priority for completing some projects because we have a deadline associated with the funding involved. So as Mr. Horn mentioned, it's an art and a science, and very nuanced. And so we definitely look forward to bringing that conversation to council and to the community, because it's an incredibly important part of the process, and ends up being the thing that people see and use on the street every day, as well as a large component of the things we can't control. Thank you.
One more thing I'd like to add, and it's just, this is kind of more of a function of just where we are in the current state of, I guess, the last couple of years. If you look at our CCCI curve that Riley had up on the board, you saw that it was jumping quite a bit. So if you take that coupled with COVID, coupled with storms, it made for a pretty dynamic process, and we had to move a lot of different projects around, and we were trying to anticipate a highly rapidly changing economic environment. So that's kind of some of the backstory of why you see what you saw.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Francis.
Thank you. Thank you all for this presentation. I think it's so important to get a little bit of perspective on both the progress, yay, there was some really awesome progress there, and then also the headwinds as we start to really think about what's next for the community. And thank you to my colleagues for really thoughtful questions. You asked a lot of the ones I had. We have a super involved community, and I'm already getting all sorts of inquiries from very eager participants in the upcoming community forum. And so I was wondering if we could put a little color on how the community will get to engage in the community forum. We might still be in a little bit of the planning stages with that, but what the community role will be versus what the staff role. Is it going to be more of a presentation based, or do we get the dot stickers?
So I'll give you the bad news first,
Okay.
which is we're again not doing physical dots, but we are going to do virtual dots, which seemed to work very well last time. The community forum is really going to be structured similar to how it was 2 years ago. It will be a joint meeting of the City Council and the Revenue Enhancement Oversight Commission over at the Ludwig Center. The mayor will kick off, call the meeting to order, make some opening remarks. There will likely be some additional remarks from the city manager and myself on just overall financial condition and a little bit of expectation setting. We will have the event facilitated by an external facilitator, as we have in prior years, who will then provide guidance to everybody about what happens next. And what happens next is that everybody will have the opportunity to get up out of their chairs and roam around the Ludwig Center. We'll have a number of stations set up, staffed with subject matter experts from the city in each of the identified priority areas. So like we showed on this slide, these are the top 5 priorities from the survey responses at this point. I don't expect that the survey results that we'll get in the next 3 days will change these a whole lot. We typically have, I think, about 8 to 10 stations that the community can visit. There'll be some literature, some opportunities to learn about the things that the city is already doing in some of these areas. Ask questions of our staff who work in each of these issue areas and kind of pick our brains about, what the city can reasonably do in these areas. We can't do everything, right? But there's a lot that we can do. And so it's a really good opportunity to have open dialogue between members of the community and our staff so that we can channel all the ideas and the energy into things that council can consider and you can reasonably expect us to be able to implement. And so after, at each station, there'll be an opportunity to vote on different ideas about things that the city could do to implement these priority areas or make progress in these priority areas. There will be pre-populated ideas, and I believe that similar to 2 years ago, we'll have the opportunity for the community members to come up with other ideas that we haven't already brainstormed on our own. So they will be voting through your phone, tablets, or some other sort of device at each station in case people don't have their own smartphone to do the voting. We'll do that for a bit and then sit back down, have some discussion, provide the opportunity, I believe, for public comment. And so it's really, truly one of the best opportunities that I've ever seen for the community to engage, not only with council, but with individual members of our staff who are doing this work day in and day out and can help everybody to channel all of that energy into something really productive and something that we can all work to achieve together. So that's what we're looking towards. But of course, January 14th will be a really good opportunity to talk about what that ultimately looks like.
Excellent. Thank you for all the details on that. I'm really looking forward to it.
And I think this probably is a comment for January 14th, but I'm going to throw it out anyway. I did notice that 2 years ago, for those who maybe are technologically challenged or just didn't have their phone that day because they didn't expect it, I know there were iPads and laptops at each station. Some take a while to process, just in general, we all process in different ways, and some really would have enjoyed a couple extra days to really think about what they saw and what their response was. So I'm hoping that there's some way that I know it wasn't a survey, it's called something different at that point, but that would be stay open a little bit longer. So that's just my 2 cents on that. I don't have any more questions right now. Good so far? All right, any public comment?
We have one public speaker on this item, Mimi McPhee McKellar.
My name is Mimi Fanema Keller. I'm the owner of Central Coast Gymnastics. I've been on South Higuera for the last 32 years of my business. And I just want to thank Mayor Stewart and the honorable council members for your time tonight. My point is that coming in the future budget is the change to Higuera Street. I have been over there for a very long time. It is now a massive thoroughway through our city, including access to the freeway, access to Buckley Road, which leads to 227, across Tank Farm, which is now another major thoroughway in our city. So my concerns are talking about the city considering, the council considering taking the 1 mile section of the bike path on from Prado to Los Osos and connecting that to the Elks Lane interchange, all that's coming in the next couple of years. Elks Lane definitely needs a lot of work. Having a bike path that comes from Madonna on the sidewalk is what I'm discussing, off the street. I have talked about this before, making sure it goes from Madonna on the sidewalk to Elks Lane, to Prado Road, over the interchange, connects to Los Osos Valley Road, creates safe bike path without changing South Higuera Street, shrinking the lanes. I just don't see it being beneficial to the bike path use, which is parallel to Higuera Street, and it's a beautiful, beautiful bike path that we're not accessing. So I just want you guys to consider that connection and really looking at that before you spend all this money to change South Higuera. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the only comment? Great, thank you. Well, at this time, there's no further requirement for a motion of any sort. Do you have any other comments, council, that you'd like to share with staff at this time? Okay, fabulous job. Thank you so much. And we'll move forward. We're going to take just a 5-minute quick bio break, and then we'll be back for Lot C. Well, thank you so much for the quick break, and we're back for item 6C, and that is the consideration of initiation of a general plan amendment, specific plan amendment, and a modification to an existing development agreement, San Luis Ranch Lot 7. Before we get going, I do have Councilmember Marks has an announcement.
Yes, I live in San Luis Ranch, and so I have to recuse myself. So I'm going to actually leave City Hall at this point because the meeting will be over after the item, and I'm going to go home and I'm going to watch on YouTube and see what my colleagues come up with and what the public has to say. So thank you.
Well, we'll miss your liaison reports, but we understand. We'll see you next week. All right, so Director, and before we start the actual report, I do need to ask each council member, starting with Vice Mayor Shorsman, if you've had any ex parte disclosures of contact with anyone who has provided information to you not on the record so that information may be used as part of your decision-making process. Vice Mayor.
Not recently, but a few months ago, we had a briefing with the developer.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Francis.
I also, a few months ago, met with the developer.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
I have not.
Great. And I also met with Williams Homes representative as well as Josh Bivens. So we'll move forward to Director Tway.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Timmy Tway. I'm the Director of Community Development. And before I hand this presentation over to staff, I wanted to take a moment to introduce this item and provide a little bit of what I think is important context to why this is before you today. So again, this is an item to direct staff as to whether or not you would like us to initiate the processing of several amendments to a development agreement, general plan, and specific plan to facilitate a different development on a lot in the San Luis Ranch specific plan than was originally approved with the entitlements. And the city regulations require that this type of initiation either be affirmatively moved forward by the director or by the city council prior to processing this type of application. And in this case, I've made the determination that it is most appropriate to come before the city council because it is a significant departure from what was previously approved on this fairly significant lot in San Luis Ranch, and I thought it warranted a very public conversation as well as high-level direction should you decide to move forward on several topic areas that we have presented to you in the staff report. So this staff report, I think, will be brief in order to provide ample time for comments, questions, discussion, and public input. And the report focuses mainly on the issue areas that we have highlighted in the staff report that we're seeking high-level input on from the city council that we can, if the project moves forward, work with the developer to figure out as the project goes forward through the Planning Commission and back to the city council. And again, just for the public's awareness, this is the beginning of the process for this application. And again, it's a high-level discussion of whether the project should move forward and be analyzed further. And so many of the details have not yet been analyzed or figured out, but we have received a significant amount of public comment, and those public comments that have very detailed questions or concerns are things that we will take into consideration as the project moves forward. And with that, I will hand it over to Callie Taylor and John Rickenbach, who have a presentation. And again, it's very high level, but if you want to dive into any of the details, we are more than happy to do that through the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Timmy, and thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm John Rickenbach. I'm the contract planner for this project or anything having to do with San Luis Ranch. And I've been involved in this project one way or another for about 10 years. So I've got a little institutional knowledge, and that will come into play a little bit here tonight. What we're really talking about is just a quick overview of what's in your staff report. I want to go through the recommendation from staff. I want to talk about what was previously approved here because it provides some context about what you might be considering now. And then a little bit of overview of what is being proposed conceptually, and then some key issues to focus on. And I'll kind of direct you through those because I think that'll form the basis of your discussion and questions. We're also aware of a lot of agenda correspondence, and I think you've got responses to that, and I may touch on a few of those things along the way. I'll say this verbatim on the recommendation. It's to direct the initiation of processing the request for a general plan amendment, specific plan amendment, to accommodate an additional 276 residential units in place of a previously approved commercial development on Lot 7 of the San Luis Ranch specific plan, and this is important too, to provide direction from you regarding the following issue areas to be addressed in the project design and by the amendment to the existing development agreement. And that can include, and it doesn't have to be limited to these, but the number of deed restricted affordable housing units, the timing of construction of the previously required affordable housing component, potential measures to address ongoing fiscal impacts to the city relevant to the last item, the amount and design of tax generating commercial development, and confirmation of the application of development fees associated with the proposed development. A lot of these are related to each other, and we'll come back to this at the end. So overview, and a lot of this is for the benefit of the public too. This is the San Luis Ranch specific plan, and it's located within that. What was originally approved in the specific plan back in 2017, 7 years ago, was on this 131-acre site, a variety of uses, 580 homes, 250,000 square feet of non-residential, which would have included about 150,000 square feet of commercial, 200 hotel rooms, and it was all derived from the general plan, policy 8.1.4, which laid out sort of the cookbook of what should be here in this site. And it was approved pretty much just what the general plan had called for back in 2017. In 2020, on Lot 7, and we refer to it as Lot 7, that's Lot 7 within the tract map 3096. That's the commercial area we're talking about here. Back then was approved on that 11-acre site, a number of things. 64 to 77 affordable housing units. It transferred the requirement for very low income units that would have otherwise been in the high density site to this site. And then it increased the build out under the plan from 580 to 654 units. That reflected the affordable housing component that hadn't been part of the project at first. It also downward revised the commercial build out overall in the project by about 11,000 square feet. This lot would have about 114,000 square feet of commercial. That's what was approved at the time. The site plan at the time reflected a lot pattern that was within the tract map that was created for this project called 3142. You'll notice there's a big swath in the middle where the parking is. That reflects where the airport safety area extended into, and so no development would occur in there, and was consistent, found consistent with the airport land use plan through Airport Land Use Commission review at that time. I don't want to go into this in much detail, but it's relevant to your discussion on affordable housing, how we got to where we are now. This was the original idea, and I'm not going to go into detail, but under the column that says NC, that's the site we're looking at, there had been a requirement for 34 units to deal with the inclusionary requirement for commercial. That could have been dealt with as an in lieu fee at that time. In the high density, there had been 26 very low income units required. And so overall, between the different income levels, 68 affordable units. That was what was originally approved. In 2020, that changed a bit. In 2020, with this project, any low or very low income housing was transferred all to this site, where very low was going to be anywhere from 30 to 43 units, with a commitment to do either in the low or very low income categories, the 34 inclusionary units it would have had to do with commercial. Overall, that's how you got to 64 to 77. And it's also how, at the end of the day, people are talking about how did you get this 4 to 17 unit bonus? And I don't want to go into it here, but if you have questions about it, I can certainly come back to this. Bottom line is there was going to be a little bit more affordable housing than originally proposed and approved back in 2017. And the commitment was to build that. So now we're talking about what the project would be now. There's some changes. One, there'd be 276 additional market rate units, which had not been part of any project before. There'd be no real change to the affordable housing units, that component that was already approved. There's some subtle changes, little differences, but essentially the same. A big difference is a reduction of commercial from the 114,000 to anywhere from 7 to 15,000 square feet. And then to support that, there'd be 345 residential parking spaces, 15 commercial spaces, because it'd be a very small commercial component. In the middle of this, where that airport safety area, where there'd been parking before, would be a central, a little less than an acre park. Now, these are all conceptual at this point, and I know people may get hung up on, well, is this exactly what you're going to be? No, we don't have an application to know that yet. But the big issue here is going to be a build-out increase in the specific plan from 654 to 930 dwelling units. And so to facilitate all this, there'd be a general plan amendment, specific plan amendment, and an amendment to the development agreement, mostly to address issues that are not accounted for anywhere else that you may, or others, through the discussions that may lead through the application, need to be codified within that document. This is an illustrative site plan of what is conceptually proposed. It looks similar to the other plan, only instead of commercial, those buildings would be residential in nature. And instead of parking in the middle, that's a park in the middle. But you'll see off to the left where the affordable housing site is, that's essentially unchanged from before. Now, before we get into this, I want to address the idea that there's been a lot of talk of and concern, rightfully so, from the public and from council members on various issues, design issues, housing issues, number, timing, noise issues, environmental issues, and so forth. How are they going to be addressed? We don't have all the answers yet, but if you do initiate this process, we will be able to address those either through studies, through staff review, through public input, through advisory body input, and so forth. That's how that will be addressed, as any other project would be. We're at the outset. We don't know the answers yet. So now I want to focus on what the direction points we're asking from you. There's the basic question. Do you want to initiate processing this application? And the key issue there is, it's the trade-off between the commercial that was there and an uncertain market for that versus the housing that you'd get, which is another goal within the general plan. And then the trade-offs related to costs, services, and income that may be derived from commercial that you don't get from the housing. And this is where we dive down on those points. These are things you could consider just to help focus your thinking, and it's all in the staff report. One is the number of deed-restricted affordable units that are being proposed that were approved, do you want to revisit that in terms of the number there? Do you want to increase that or leave it as is? The current proposal doesn't provide a maximum number of bonus units that were contemplated in 2020, but you could provide some direction on that, high-level direction. Staff recommends considering requiring 86 units, which is to say what was proposed before, in addition to what they are considering in terms of 9 additional units that would come out of this from a change in use when you do the calculation on the housing. We'll get to that. Second point, the timing of construction of the previously required affordable housing component. There's no trigger in there right now that definitively says you got to build this before you build anything else. Is there something in there that you want to have considered? The applicant is proposing a letter of credit to facilitate affordable housing development and site control, and staff supports that. But staff also recommends council consider direction to have any other kind of triggers to make sure you get the affordable housing built, even if other parts of the project do not. And that's an issue with the commercial project as well that we're facing right now. Third issue here, fiscal impacts of the proposed land use change going from commercial to residential. How does that affect the city's budget? Preliminary analysis indicates that this project will still be fiscally positive as a whole, but that change will result in a relative net loss of about $1 million annually that you otherwise would have gained from the other version of the project that's been approved. Council could consider directing staff to modify the financing plan in the DA to include other kind of financing strategies. CFD could be one of those types of mechanisms. There already is a CFD on San Luis Ranch. So this is an issue that we'd have to really work through. Council could also direct the inclusion of more commercial to reduce the fiscal impact of the city. Again, that relates to a market. Is there a market for that? What's the nature of that? And so forth. The next point you could consider direction on is the amount and design of tax-generating commercial development. And we're not talking about the design specifically, what does it look like and so forth, but do you have comments on the direction about the amount of commercial? Right now, this is a significant reduction that would be considered. Are there other specific uses that are of interest to the council that may drive the amount of commercial that might be needed if there are certain uses you're interested in? And are there high-level comments related to the commercial development on the site in general? And then the last point I think we want to talk about is the confirmation of the application of development fees associated with the project development. Staff supports whatever the then current fees are for the 276 market rate units, essentially treating that project the same as all other projects. Based on the timing of the application and what's negotiated in a revised development agreement. And so, in the context of the existing parameters of the development agreement, the fees are frozen in time as part of that agreement. So this is an opportunity to look at that, again, in the big picture context of financing of the project overall. So just to wrap this up briefly, you really have a fork in the road here. If council recommends initiation with direction on key points, then staff will process an application. And I lay out here what those steps are. That's development review, development agreement negotiations, the amendment of the general and specific plans. There's the whole CEQA process, which has to happen, but we haven't gone down the road to know what that should look like. Airport Land Use Commission review, because it is a specific plan and a general plan amendment, that automatically triggers ALEC review, even though I know there's an effort by the applicant to make this project consistent with the safety zones that are included in the plan, but a review would still be compulsory. And then there's advisory body input from ARC, Planning Commission, and so forth, along with the public input that goes with all of this. And finally, it'd be the council consideration of approval. I lay this out mostly for the public's benefit to know there's a long road ahead if council does initiate. Now, if council doesn't recommend initiation, then the existing project parameters on Lot 7 would go forward as is, commercial, if and when that ever were to develop. So with that, I conclude again by just leaving the recommendation up on the screen, handing it over to council. We're available staff to answer any kind of questions, which again, we can do at a high level, but also take notes, and then you can provide us any input you have on a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the most jam-packed, brief report I could have ever imagined from this, so thank you. And I guess I also want to make sure I see, I thought I saw, yes, Ken in the audience from People's Self-Help Housing, so hopefully he'll be available for any questions that we may have as well. And I guess one thing that did pop up very quickly that you mentioned was additional CFD. My understanding is we were at the maximum. Is that, am I wrong at that? There's a possibility of an additional CFD?
Explain the CFD a little bit more. So there's a maximum that we can charge per residential unit, and that is currently being charged. Lot 7 was originally supposed to be commercial, and part of the RMA that created the CFD stated that commercial wouldn't be charged the Melrose annual taxes. If it changes to residential, it does have potential to be put into the CFD. One thing to consider is that it is a CFD for infrastructure. It's meant to fund infrastructure projects. So it's not a CFD that can make up the cost of city services for fire, police, maintenance, things like that, for that residential tends to cost the city.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Vice Mayor Shoresman.
Yeah, my question is a piggyback on that, which is why I pushed my button really quickly there. So in regards to that, since CFD revenue can only pay for the infrastructure and improvements that are involved with those housing units going in, what are our options for paying for those? You know, when you have commercial buildings, you generate sales tax revenue, which can go into the general fund and can pay for the extra calls for service of police, fire, those types of things. But when you convert that to housing, with residents probably making more of those calls, what are the options? Are there any options for generating that type of revenue to pay for the existing or the new service demands?
It would have to be a new CFD if it was intended specifically for city services. That's what, so like the CFD out at Avila Ranch, that is the other type of CFD that goes to pay for city services because we knew that it wouldn't generate the tax dollars to cover itself. Another way to think about it is that the city could actually benefit from having some additional CFD tax dollars towards infrastructure. There's always an additional infrastructure costs. Additional housing creates additional infrastructure demands. So it could be just another revenue source to use the existing CFD. There's a lot of questions involved with the CFD, and it gets very complicated about where the funds can be used because you're dealing with bond proceeds, and we just want to make sure that we get that right. So if the project moved forward, we would start working with our consultants to see what the options are on either the existing or a new CFD.
Thank you. Director Tway, did you want to add?
Yes, and I'll add to what Callie stated, and I think this is a good kind of initial reminder about this. So this is a legislative action, so with a development agreement, you can get creative. And so CFD is one option for this. There are also, other things. And this is where this conversation is a little tricky because we're asking for clear direction, but also need a little bit of wiggle room to figure out what does that look like as we negotiate moving forward, should this move forward. And so, we could explore CFDs. We could also explore if there are other mechanisms that could make up for some of that revenue loss to the city. But that would be have to be conversations with the developer moving forward. And so, we just need clear direction from you as to what you're interested in us exploring. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that CFD is not the only thing, but it's the thing we've identified thus far. And this is one of those details that we just don't know at this point. But if you say this is an important factor to us, we can go back and work with the developer moving forward.
And not necessarily to add or have the answer today, but if we were to move forward, we also have the compounding issue of the harvest lofts and the loss of funding from there. So will you have a grand number of how much city services would cost for this many housing units as well as the harvest lofts to be able to come up with what this looks like going forward?
So if there was direction from council, we could, facilitate studies and look into what does that number look like.
Thank you.
And to follow up on my question after the mayor's follow-up, so that Avila Ranch CFD is a situation, there is precedence for having a CFD that pays for both infrastructure and services. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, these two CFDs are fairly different, and so we have experience with both types of CFD.
Okay, and then I think my only other question, because you answered so many in the agenda correspondence, so thank you for that. And maybe this was in there and I just didn't see it. With regard to the commercial the commercial units that would remain there and the zoning of that area, one thing that I think we have talked about as a Councilmember Francis talked about it before, is availability of childcare throughout the city. Is this area currently in a space where if the developer, if the community wanted to use some of that commercial space for childcare, is it possible within the zoning of this particular area, or would that need to be a zoning change?
So if we heard the direction that we would like to see a childcare space on this site, that's absolutely something, one of the benefits of opening the specific plan and the general plan is we can change it to what we'd like to change it to. It will have to go through the process. I think what I don't know at this point, and maybe Callie and John know, but is if there's airport-related challenges with that. But from a city standpoint, and if you said explore that, we could absolutely explore it. We might hit a roadblock if there's a technical issue, but we would obviously explain that as the project moved forward. And if it came back to you and said, where's the daycare? And we could explain why it didn't happen. But if you highlight that as something that's important, that's something we can explore, and we could change the zoning to allow that.
I understand. Oh, go ahead.
I'll just add a little bit to that. On the zoning question, it's pretty non-specific in the specific plan, commercial. And so there's a little flexibility in there. On the airport issue, as it was originally approved, the idea was to keep all the development out of any of the safety zones that would have restricted anything. So what you saw was parking. What you see in the current plan is a park. So where there's commercial proposed or housing is essentially in the general traffic pattern zone that covers much of the southern part of the city. So I won't say definitively, but it's probably true that you're able to have a lot of flexibility in the commercial, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I realize that there's only so much we can control about what should go or what we'd like to go in. It depends on the market and what types of units, commercial units that the developer wants to build. But I just wanted to make sure that that was at least possible with the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
That was kind of the perfect transition to my first question I was going to ask there. I think these are kind of mostly community-generated questions. And we might have just kind of answered it, but there were lots of thoughts from the community on the types of commercial uses that they wanted to see in this space. And I thought it might be sort of helpful for the community's sake to hear some clarity on the degree of control we have. Obviously, we can control the zoning, but how much control can the city exercise over what specific businesses or types of businesses would occupy the space as currently planned?
I'll take a first stab, but I think others may have another take at this. We can't dictate exactly who comes in as an applicant. If there's interest in something and expressed interest, that may help draw, some attention, and you're in a position to work with them. But we can't say you must do this necessarily, but you can certainly express what would be supportable, I'd say.
And I will add to that, I have been involved in development agreements and conditions of approval for projects that limited certain spaces to certain types of uses because there was a desire to have, a walkable community with a coffee shop and an exercise studio, and so it was very prescriptive. Great in theory, very difficult when those things did not come to fruition, and then staff just had to continually say no to other viable businesses because it was so restrictive. And so I think that that's something to keep in mind.
That's a helpful perspective. Also, I think there were some questions and desire from the community to understand, I think you've outlined this pretty well, but just, where we are in the planning process as far as how detailed we can get into the feedback today on, the layout, design, connectivity, parking, all of the things that people wanted to talk about. How much of that do we get into the weeds on today if we decide to move forward versus how many more opportunities will there be for the community to weigh in on those things?
That's a great question. I'd say today, what we want to take away as staff is to know the checklist of things people are concerned about. I think we understand the universe of a lot of them, and there's a lot of them. And so those are things we'd want to look at in some great detail through the initial application review, but there's going to be plenty of opportunities, both through the CEQA process, which has public input involved, through the advisory body, ARC, Planning Commission, it could be active transportation. I'm not sure where that goes exactly. The Airport Land Use Commission review, plenty of public input opportunities there, plus the ongoing letters come in and we respond to those. But I think knowing what the universe of issues are is more important for staff than knowing the answers because we don't have those yet. Exactly.
That's helpful, thanks. And I think last one for now, we got a significant amount of community concern around the idea that these additional units would generate more traffic concerns. But I was under the impression that actually commercial generated more traffic, and I was wondering if we could kind of speak to the difference between those and what we know about and what we don't know about the traffic generating potential of either project.
Matt Horan will answer that question.
And luckily, Luke Schwartz gave me a bunch of talking points for this. So generally, the proposal that we're seeing tonight as far as residential, there'll be half as much average daily traffic coming out of there. There'll be less vehicle miles traveled. So generally speaking, less vehicular traffic out of what we're seeing tonight. What we're anticipating seeing more of is bike and ped connectivity issues between the two different developments, and that's what we'll be looking at if this application moves forward. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'll reserve the rest of my questions for now.
Perfect, thank you. And I would go back to if we could have that prescriptive, we'd have grocery stores downtown. Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. The Airport Land Use Commission exclusion area, which in the current approved proposals shown as parking lot, and I'm assessing that in the potential proposal is where the park space would go. But of course, this will go back, this project, if it came forward, would have to go through Airport Land Use Commission review. Do we have any expectations that their perspectives or their plan or rules on these exclusion areas have changed? I assume it excludes housing or commercial development.
That's correct. I mean, within the restricted area, it's going to keep the same restrictions. What that area, by the way, reflects is their 2021 update of the airport land use plan. So I don't expect that's going to change. Their staff is going to opine on probably if park is what's under there, what's happening in the park. But beyond that, it's going to follow the rules that are in the airport land use plan as they are today.
Okay, and that's the same rules that were in place when we last changed this project?
Yes, although with a slight caveat. What was last done actually was approved slightly before the airport land use plan was updated, but it actually reflected what was going to be in the updated plan. So the answer is yes, it's going to be the same.
Great, thank you. With the current designation of the area shown as neighborhood commercial, does that permit mixed-use development on the site? So in other words, with the sort of current plan, could the applicant move forward with some residential development on this portion, on lot 7, taking advantage of the mixed-use provision?
Sure. Within the San Luis Ranch specific plan, the NC designation explicitly allows mixed use. It's one of the allowed things that's in there. So there's a lot of flexibility for staff to process something like that.
Does the standard residential density, but if I recall, I think it's 12 units an acre for neighborhood commercial, would that apply if they came in with some mixed-use residential proposal? Is that what's going to be controlling and how much they could do?
I don't know that answer off the top of my head, but Callie might right here.
One of the things that's really limiting us in this situation are the provisions in the general plan. So the general plan capped it at, I think it was originally 500 units. And then it had specific range of commercial that was required. So there's some caps and minimums that are required by the general plan. So while we have a little bit of flexibility in the specific plan, it also really says what each lot should be developed with in order to comply with the general plan. So we've already had a few increases for density bonuses and other things. But at this point, we really need a general plan amendment in order to add any additional housing within the specific plan area.
And to that end, we're looking at a specific plan amendment to address this. And there is the opportunity to make whatever necessary changes are to accommodate whatever the project ends up being, so.
Okay, and then last question for now, and this might be helpful for the public, but if we were to go forward with accepting an application, of course we, as a city and our staff would negotiate in good faith, but we retain the right to ultimately, if a project comes back that doesn't meet our requirements for park space, parking, design, environmental performance, we reserve the right to deny that project, correct?
You are the city council, you can do that.
Great. Thank you, that's all for now.
Thank you, and thank you for the airport question, because that was what I had thought, that we had that update since, so I thought this wouldn't affect the application the same way, but thank you for the update. Vice Mayor Shorsman.
Yeah, just one more question related to the number of units and what was approved before in the general plan or the specific plan, and what we're looking at now with adding the 276 and potentially it sounded like up to 86 affordable. I think I asked this in agenda correspondence, but I just want to make sure that I understand. So the proposal is to change the maximum number up to 930 units. Is that correct?
That's correct. The idea right now is the specific plan maximum is 654. And so with 276 additional market units, it would be 930. Now, that changes a little bit if you want, for example, more affordable housing. If that's possible, then that 930 becomes 935 or 942 or whatever it ends up being. So that's a target that we're looking at based on what they've proposed right now.
So in order to maximize the number of affordable units, we would have to propose a number higher than 930.
And that's the kind of thing that if you provide us general direction and that we as staff can work with the applicant team, and then at the end of the day, tailor whatever the specific plan amendment is necessary to make that happen, that's what the number ends up being.
Okay,
Then we'd have to study what that means.
Thank you, that's helpful. I was afraid we were gonna have to like pull out our calculators and do math on the dais here, and I didn't wanna do that. Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. I think that's all the initial questions. My colleagues have asked most of the questions I had. And I think that until I hear from Williams and People Self-Help Housing, I have to hold my other questions. So City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Applicant's presentation?
Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you. That would be really important.
All right, I think we're ready. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Glenn Adamick. I am with Williams Homes. We are based in Santa Clarita, California, but we also have a local office up here. We have built in San Luis Ranch and also within the San Luis Obispo community. We are a respectable and trustworthy builder. We've developed well-designed sites throughout the West, so really in California, Idaho, Montana, and Texas. As indicated, we've built in the Central Coast, and we are under contract to purchase the property from San Luis Ranch. This is the site plan. I don't want to be repetitive, but I also did want to address Councilmember Boswell's question on the Airport Land Use Commission. There is a no-build easement on the site that really follows that park area. So just to kind of clarify that, we expect that to remain the same. This just shows the site plan, 276 residential units, up to 15,000 square feet of commercial at the corner. And you can see the People's lot, which is in really behind our development. So again, we've added, I talked about the residential units, talked about the commercial square footage. We've added a park and central amenity. It would be available to future residents and the public. We are facilitating development of People's Self-Help Project. This project will extend the necessary utilities back to the People's parcel. So we are helping to move that along. It provides much needed housing in the state, and the plan is to build and hold the project long-term as rental units. These are some elevations. This is the private rec facility. This is both the commercial and then the rec building. And I think there are several items of concern to us as it relates to staff's report and presentation. The first one is there was mention in the staff report about maybe temporarily providing the affordable units in the market rate project until People's gets built. That would be impossible for us to obtain financing on. Any lender is going to look at that and say, there's no guarantee that People's is going to get built, so we've got to look at the rents on those units, which would make it very difficult for us to obtain any type of financing. What we have offered to do is two things. We wanted to provide a letter of credit that would replace a bond ultimately, but you would have a letter of credit cash sitting in an account that would cover those improvements necessary to facilitate People's if for some reason we're delayed. And People's has funding that's sitting, with the city. They can go ahead and grab that and then use that for People's. The second item is we offered another $1.5 million letter of credit, really to kind of incentivize us at Williams Homes to make sure that we're going to work with People's the best that we can to get them up and operating as soon as they can. The other issue as it relates to People's is we have to decouple the projects. Again, we can't go get financing from any lender if we're held up until People's is occupied. It just doesn't work. So those are the issues as it relates to People's and timing. Our point on San Luis Ranch is that the overall project is still in the positive for the city. And we think that bottom line, the commercial component of this does not work anymore. This large commercial center just isn't feasible. San Luis Ranch marketed the site for 2.5 years. The only interest they got was a gas station and a fast food restaurant. I think COVID, Amazon, a lot of things have changed the commercial market. And I think looking at those tax dollars and saying, you know what, we're going to make $1 million annually just isn't realistic. It's not going to happen. The site has been sitting there for a number of years. There is also a lot of vacant space adjacent to the site, 75,000 square feet directly adjacent to the site, 15,000 square feet at Madonna Plaza, and 60,000 square feet at SLO Promenade. The other issue as it relates to affordable housing is we would like to hold to the terms of the existing development agreement and the amendment. So 70 affordable units would be provided on the people's parcel. That is our request. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to thank staff. They've sat down and worked with us really over the last year. We're very appreciative of that. Timmy's probably tired of hearing me talk. So we are excited to move forward with the project and really want to create something that's great for the community. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, just one quick question for you, if you don't mind. I understand that we're in the very early phases of kind of conceptualizing what might go in there, but I personally, and I know that some members of the community had expressed some concerns about to what degree Lot 7, if developed into residential, would have connectivity with the existing residential that is there, or it looked like, based on the plan, that there might kind of tentatively be some wall or fencing in between the existing residential in San Luis Ranch and the proposed units that you'd like to build. And I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit more about that.
And I think a lot of these items we can kind of get through when we get in detail. This is a conceptual site plan, so we're going to hear about that from staff, and we'll probably have to sit down and figure out, all right, what are we going to adjust and what are we going to do to make those connections? But like I said, right now we're at a concept level, so.
Sure. But that is a possibility that with the existing units that are there, that there could be connectivity.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yes, one more question, sorry. Just as you sat down. I think we got some questions from community members as well about the rec facility. It seems, especially in your just conceptual plan, it's relatively close across the parking lot from the park. Public park, or the park will be public, but am I understanding correctly that the rec facility would be for the renters and residents in the development?
Yes. Yeah, the park would be open to the public, but that would be a facility that is used for the renters.
And then also, I noticed, there's a range in the staff report language about how much commercial space. I think the plan that you're requesting is to be a minimum it's to be a minimum of 7,000 square feet, but possibly up to 15,000. What are the factors that impact the difference between whether or not you build 7,000 versus 15,000 square feet?
I think it's market demand. Ultimately, is there enough demand out there to support that square footage? I think something I'll even throw out there, I think if the council, and it was one of the things that staff brought up, indicated that you'd like to see a little bit more of that, I think we're open to that as we get into the final design. What is that number? I don't know today. Maybe it's 20,000, maybe it's 25,000 square feet. I'm not quite sure, but we're certainly open to that.
And from a marketing, sales, revenue demand in terms of selling those units or being able to lease them, how do you decide if you build, this is probably for community perspective who aren't in this business, how do you decide whether or not you put in 2 3,500 square feet spaces or several smaller ones? How are those decisions made?
I think at this location, childcare, I think, is a great use. I mean, there's an opportunity to do that. I think you're looking at things like, a coffee shop. What are the types of service uses that, the people in San Luis Ranch can take advantage of? Small restaurants, things like that. Those are the types of things I think you see in there.
Awesome, thank you.
All right.
I don't know if this is a question for Williams or a question for staff, but if perchance just an unfortunate moment happened and people's self-help housing isn't able to come through with their units, then are Williams and San Luis Ranch off the hook with the low-income housing?
I'll answer that. So one of the things that has complicated this process up till now is that these affordable units are intertwined with what's already been built at San Luis Ranch, what was proposed here and is now being changed, and those are existing requirements. So the developer still would have a requirement to provide the units that were required for what has already been developed, regardless of what happens on this site. So.
Great, thank you. Just wanted that said out loud, so I appreciate that. Okay, I think that's all the questions at this exact moment. Okay, now can we move to public comment?
Well,
No? Okay.
I have several speaker cards that I think are still part of the development team.
Oh, still? Okay.
So then they do still have time.
Okay.
So I just need them to correct me if I'm wrong. Rachel Kovinsky, and then Brad Brechwald. So are they part of the applicant team? Okay.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I just wanted to quickly jump up and offer a little bit more clarity on council members Francis's question about the interconnectivity of the new proposed neighborhood. We do have a multimodal path. If you can, it's on the basically kind of the lower center that comes straight from the single family and the townhome units directly through the site, wraps around Peoples, and then heads out kind of toward the, crossing the Cerro Channel and toward the post office. So that's the existing multimodal trail, but we can certainly augment that as well. Thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. It's in very tiny writing on a yellow path.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Brad Brechwald with Wallace Group. I've been involved in this project for quite a while, the major project and now this Lot 7. Have a lot of history on it, but I just really wanted to say that this being converted from commercial to residential just makes a lot of sense. I think, as it was mentioned, there's some vacant space at Madonna Plaza, at Central Coast Plaza. I see the increased residents living in this area are going to help those two facilities and help build that retail and commercial space to get used now. So I see it real positive. And as far as the city being a pro-housing city and as a major goal, we want more housing. A lot of us in the business here locally have businesses that need people that can get housing, especially multifamily. This provides that product. So I'm here really to advocate for more housing and the ability to see this project move forward. I realize this is just a project initiation hearing, and I've never seen a staff report this thick for a project initiation hearing. So I know there's been a lot of work done, but I've done these in the county and they were not nearly as this detailed. But as John said, a lot of those issues get worked out during the application process, and there's plenty of opportunity before you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and our final person as part of the development team is Ken Trujero.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. It's great to see you returning, and new councilman. I hope you remember me. It's been a long time. I used to have black hair. I had hair, but okay, yeah, right, yeah. It's a pleasure to be here. I just wanted to make a couple of points for the project before you that would be involving our role. For the public, hopefully everybody knows this, because we were born right here in San Luis Obispo in 1970. Been doing affordable housing for quite a while as a nonprofit affordable housing developer. Done about 3,000 plus units. We've got another 1,000 in the pipeline. We're super active in the area, and this is what we do. On top of the things that we've been doing lately, we've had extra success in working with collaborations like what we're doing here. It's a great way to do more. It gets complicated, and as what you're seeing here, a lot of the times it's unfortunate, but financing drives so much of what we do, and each of us have different requirements around our financing. And so I think what's before you is a path to kind of separate that out so that we can each do our individual pieces. We are most often using the low-income housing tax credit program, and you're familiar with that. And that means basically what we need to compete for, and I say compete because it's not an automatic thing. We have to figure out how to win that at the state level. It's been around since 1986. It's very viable, but it's a good thing, and it's so needed that folks all over the state are applying for this. So it's a good program, it's viable, but the problem for us is we don't know when for sure we're going to secure an award. And so that makes it hard for the other partners to work with us, and so I think that's really what's going on here. But what we need to effectively compete is a separate legal parcel, and a donation is what's proposed here. It needs to be sort of shovel-ready, if you will, to be able to compete for financing. When we get that finance, we have to start right away. We're driven to because there's stiff penalties if we don't get started either. So that's what we're looking for in this case. We need a separate parcel that we can deed restrict for 55 years, and that can go on, you know, as soon as we're able to separate that out from the rest of the project, and we can start competing. Time is our enemy on the other end in terms of competing for these resources. We're talking about the low-income housing tax credit program primarily, but we're also going to need some other funding because it just doesn't, the way the system works, it doesn't pay for 100%. So we need a gap filler, probably about $5 million or so, roughly speaking, is what we'll shoot for, because we know that's the amount that makes us pretty competitive. That means we'll go to the state and any other places that we can go to find that money. And so there's the next opportunity for that will be in the spring. There's a supernova, and we've been successful in getting those awards in the past, and we hope to again. Oh, there's the bell. I'm done. But I'm here for questions.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much. Appreciate it. Okay, so now we're ready for public comment, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We have 6 people. I'll read the first 3. Chad Ellman, Laura Ivy, Susie Freeman.
Hi, my name's Chad Ellman. I'm a resident at San Luis Ranch. It's my first time coming to a meeting, so thank you. I needed my voice to be heard because I'm passionate about this. So my house backs up to where this development would be. When I originally bought the property and picked it out in 2021, I had a choice of being on the other side of the development where the other apartments are being built. And we did not want to be there because we wanted to have a view of the hills and have the commercial property down below us. So that's why we chose that area. I have maps that I sent to you guys today via email that shows what we were intended to buy. And in fact, if you go on the San Luis Ranch website today, it still shows that's what you're going to get. So as a purchaser, you're thinking, this is the property I'm going to get. And so that doesn't really look good for us, where we came in early trying to really enjoy this area, and it's not what we signed up for as a resident. That's one thing I wanted to talk about. The other thing is we've been putting a lot of money over the last 2 years into our own Mello-Roos, paying for that area of what we expected this beautiful land to be, and it wasn't going to be what we're anticipating, which is now maybe a bunch of higher apartments and townhomes. So that's another thing I wanted to mention. The other thing is that I was listening to the pitch of what this is going to be, and I got a little nervous as the work that I'm in is that everything seems a little bit unstudied right now and uninvestigated, and it's kind of like, oh, just let us figure it out later. We'll get you to it later. And that worries me if that was someone trying to pitch it to me. I would want to know, what is this going to be? What is this going to cost? What's the fence going to look like? All of those things were concerning to me, and those answers would need to be told, some of those up front, before I could say, let's go forward. Otherwise, things start rolling down, and it's harder to say stop on things because things are rolling. Anyway, I appreciate the time. I love the neighborhood. I love the people I work with. I love the people I live with. I bike to work, and I love that I'm one of the newer residents there. So thank you for listening to me tonight.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Laura, and I live in San Luis Ranch. I own a home with my disabled parents as a multi-generational family. We moved here to being in a walkable community with services accessible to non-drivers. I address you today in hopes of moving forward with a moderate, balanced approach to possible zoning changes. If change is needed, opportunities for a mixed housing type along with commercial development would fit the original intent of the neighborhood and be desirable. Balance much needed rentals with strong demand for home ownership. The proposed plan is out of balance with the planning concepts for the development that proposes amenities marketed to those of us who live here. Work diligently to provide low-income housing and diverse housing types for all people, integrated and compatible with creative commercial development and open space amenities. My two favorite mottos are: 1, I do not accept the first offer. 2, most things in life are flexible. Before any decision is made, I request the city to partake in more meaningful public and stakeholder engagement, one of which everyone in the neighborhood is given the 56-cent postcard, and pens and paper can be put into use to generate good ideas. This is our home. With the complexity of the city needing revenue and developers, investors needing to stay in business, the task at hand may take time, but will benefit the most people in an equitable and fair and transparent way. A good project will be profitable. Ensure proper CEQA, IRA updates, and appropriate analysis of traffic and parking and other impacts prior to transitioning forward. I want to allocate some of my 3 minutes to represent those who couldn't be here today, the animals of San Luis Ranch. This project is approximately 2 acres short on designated parkland. Please prioritize our parkland and open space for people and animals as an amenity we were rightfully entitled to, and don't accept in lieu fees. The proposal for Lot 7 with its fence pool area counted as parkland is ridiculous. We share this neighborhood not only with each other and visitors, but with the animals, and they were here first. My Saturday morning wake-up call was with 2 owls hooting back and forth. Red-tailed hawks and other raptors commonly hunt for gopher. Egrets and blue heron are out this week feeding on the grasses of what you call Lot 7. 4th of July, 2 years, oh, there we go.
Thank you so much.
Our next 3 speakers after this one is Jill Johnson, Steve Del Martini, and Audrey Lares.
Hi, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Susie Freeman, and I live in one of the homes in San Luis Ranch. I'm here today with my lovingly and tolerant family, including my 5-year-old who has knocked out. I've been living in the area for 17 years after coming here as a Cal Poly student, falling in love with the area, and then fighting to stay here. When San Luis Ranch was first proposed, many well-meaning community members shared their concerns. Many of the same issues that you might be hearing, such as traffic, noise, or even crime, were cited as reasons to not move forward. Today, we see San Luis Ranch as a diverse, productive, and tight-knit community, and that was only possible because a courageous council pushed forward with that project. We know that affordable and accessible housing continues to be a critical need here. I trust and agree with staff's recommendations to move this lot from commercial use only to mixed use with housing for up to 200 or 500 neighbors. Based on what I've learned tonight, it sounds like this is a reasonable and pragmatic move and a shift for the entire San Luis Ranch community. I look forward to constructively working along with the developers and the city involved with this project, providing input and ensuring that the interests of both current and new residents are all considered as the project moves forward. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening, Council, Mayor. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. My name is Jill, and I'm a proud owner and a single woman that purchased a home at the San Luis Ranch community. I grew up in this area. I'm born and raised here. And this house is a testament to my hard-earned investment, and it's my home. I bought this property with the understanding provided by the salesperson. You can see the current map that's still to this day on the San Luis Ranch website. that there would be no immediate properties backing up directly to my house. I do border the lot in question, and I don't feel like I was represented correctly when I bought the house. I feel misled. I don't know what the answer is, if this commercial versus the residential, it seems like it's too extreme in any one sense. I think we had a wonderful speaker that talked about flexibility and having blend. I didn't hear any sort of blend from their side. They're talking about building an exorbitant number of houses. This is, my math isn't great, but I calculated it as a 47% increase in living demand. That's stress on our spaces, that's stress on our resources. And none of the houses were, I thought that they marketed as market, you could buy these homes, but then they're saying that you can, it's for lease. And so to a lay person, someone that does not know about this sort of stuff, I'm hearing all sort of mixed information, and it's very confusing. And so it leads me to not trust them. They're not giving me, I want to know exactly what's being built now, because I feel like they are being too vague. And I had to buy this house without knowing what this property is going to look like. And so with my last minute, I just want to read off some of the things that I think I will directly experience on my day-to-day living, where I see my future family, my kids having to endure. I'm worried about renters. They don't respect their community. They have no investment. They might be college kids, they could be out of the area, but you don't take care of a place like your actual place that you bought. Floodlights contributing to light pollution, noise. We might have more say in how our lights are affected if it's a commercial space. I think that in all, I would recommend that they put forth more effort. They had how many months to prepare for this meeting, and we had 2 weeks. I got a little Post-it note in the mail saying that they're gonna make these changes. I would expect a lot more for them.
Thank you so much.
After our next speaker, our final speaker is Audrey, and then Jim D'Antona.
I'm Steve Del Martini. I do want to take just a second here and thank the Madonnas for the tree on the mountain again. I don't know that they're listening to the meeting, but I always appreciate it. Anyway, I am a real estate broker. I've never represented a buyer or I thought you were giving me a buyer or a seller in any of these subdivisions, but I will tell you that in our market today, and I'm here to advocate for housing, in our market today, I looked on the multiple listing service, and we have 40 homes, 40 single-family detached homes for sale in the multiple listing service today in San Luis Obispo. We have 7 condos or townhomes. So we don't have a great inventory. We've not had a great inventory for a long time. You're talking about a house, if you put this forward for housing, you're probably talking about a house being available 2 to 3 years from now. This isn't something that's going to happen tomorrow, the way that the process works in San Luis. And I sort of think that, when you have housing, you have people that come in, these people spend money in San Luis, they attend churches, schools, and they volunteer and they become a fabric of the community. And I think that that's what happens with housing. I was born and raised here as well. I've been in the development community for a long time, and there is really rarely a development that would come through that doesn't have some sort of people that are against it for some reason or another. But I think residential to residential does make sense. I would worry more about a large commercial building or complex sitting vacant, okay? I think that has a more detrimental effect on a community than having housing next to housing. You were talking about police calls and things like that. If you have a big development sitting vacant, there's going to be a lot of calls for service to something. So I don't think you cut down on calls for service maybe if it sits vacant. I can remember back in the day when you had people come through and you'd have your commercial brokers and you'd ask them, who's looking? How many people are looking? That would be an interesting conversation to have with a commercial broker today to find out how many people are out actually looking for space in the city of San Luis Obispo that they can't find already. I think that's an interesting sort of concept to have happen again. I look at the developments on Broad Street across from the Damon Garcia Fields, and People's Self-Help was involved in that. And I think one spot in the commercial that they have is filled, and that's been vacant for over a year. So I do really like the childcare. I mean, if that could fit in here, we have people that have come up in front of you and just cried out for it. Okay, so that would be really interesting, and I think that would be something to look forward to. Other than that, I hope that you have fun doing this. I hope that you can move this forward to some residential, and I appreciate this team showing up to help the cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and council members. It is my honor to be here once again advocating for more housing in the city of San Luis Obispo. My name is Audrey Lares. I'm also a resident of San Luis Ranch. My house also backs up to Lot 7, and I am here to unequivocally advocate for rezoning this to build more housing. I was very involved in the initial approval of this project, and unfortunately a lot of people here tonight are unaware of how much pushback there was on that initial project, and that their houses would not be here today if it weren't for the hundreds of community members that showed up to fight for housing, many of which never had the opportunity to buy in this development. I'm very lucky that we were able to actually buy a house in this development. That was nowhere in my thought process in 2017 when we came to fight for this project. And I am thrilled to see this potential change to more housing. The idea, to echo everything Steve just said, the change to having commercial behind our houses, lights, lots of empty space late at night where potential more calls for service would come in because there's not people there. I would much prefer to have human beings backing up to my house. And I already wrote a letter, but I wanted to echo the sentiments of one of my other neighbors who wrote in a letter who's gonna be here tonight, and she said that she supports more homes simply because she loves living in this community, and I just wanna say that I feel the exact same way. My husband and I are so lucky that we live in this community. It's a wonderful place to live. The marketplace being open has changed the community. It's a thrill to have literal Christmas tree farm right down the street from our house. It was a pumpkin patch. It was amazing. And yeah, I am here to advocate for what will maximize community benefit. And this is what will maximize community benefit. Giving more people the opportunity to have a nice place to live that they really enjoy, that's a tight-knit community and a wonderful place to be, is what should be the priority. And I know that you'll keep that in mind as you make this decision. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and I bought my live tree there.
Our final speaker is Jim D'Antona.
Good evening, Jim D'Antona, individual stakeholder, not representing anybody tonight. It just felt like I had to come forward to make some comments. This gives this council a great opportunity by switching commercial to residential to increase housing very quickly. Not waiting for a 10-year process that some of these things will have to go through. And increasing 200 units pretty fast is an amazing opportunity for us as a community. As you know, in my day work, I look to grow businesses, but SLO at the moment has too much square footage of commercial for the amount of population we have. And we're seeing that in different places play out. Removing that out and putting this to residential is a good switch. This will help the council create a better opportunity on a housing jobs balance, right? Again, if all of that was commercial, we're looking jobs, again, more traffic pieces coming in. Commercial creates more traffic no matter what people think when they see the residential. This will actually reduce traffic in the area and make for a better living neighborhood experience. The additionally, more rental would be useful for our professional workforce. That's who rents. I rented. I was a renter at once. I think you were probably renters at once. Renters are okay. So I know you believe that, but it is absolutely terrible that someone would say, what kind of people would move into rental? Yeah, professionals do. Because it's a $1.2 million to buy a home. So I really think this is an important piece for our professional workforce to have housing. And finally, just a quick note, the list of work items that was showed for what this project might have to go through seemed very extensive. So anything you could do to look to streamline that so housing would come online faster, I think would be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Final. Okay. Well, it's a lot to process. And I very much appreciate all of the community members who took their time, not just to come out today, but also to write to us, email. I know I've been stopped in the grocery store. I'm assuming my colleagues will have as well, with many thoughts for and against this project. So I look forward to the conversation today. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I just have two comments sort of based on some of the, or questions based on some of the comments that we got, to maybe put a little bit of context as to what was going to be there in terms of commercial buildings versus the homes that would replace it. And I don't know if these are best answered by the applicant or by staff, so I'll let whoever thinks is best step up to the mic. But for those neighbors who are concerned about the difference in impact between what they were expecting to have across the fence or nearby their homes and what will be there instead in terms of height, light, proximity to their fence line, can you tell me what was proposed there before in terms of size of the building, how close it would be versus what is being proposed? I mean, I know it's a very initial sketch right now, but what that compares to now in the current plan?
Sure, I'll start, and maybe there might be some applicant input that might be useful here too. Going back to 2020, there was discussion about compatibility with commercial and such. Even back in 2017, there's actually an illustration in the specific plan that would show how conceptually commercial would relate to residential as a guide for future development to address this kind of question. That came into play in 2020. This is the illustrative site plan we have up here for the commercial project. One of the issues, several of the issues included barriers to light, to noise, compatibility between loading docks and housing on the other side, and what that all means. Those were not fully addressed because we didn't know exactly what the commercial would look like, but those were addressed in the context of the discussion at the time. What is reflected here, for example, you don't see any commercial that abuts directly behind the homes, but you do see places where trucks could go, for example. You do see some parking. There was some discussion about how bike paths might connect through this to get to the site here. And I think there was some provision or at least discussion that make the connectivity explicit so you could get from the homes to the commercial without having to drive all the way around and come in the other side. So those are things that were talked about at the time and would be addressed in the development were that to come forward. So staff is aware of these issues. Will certainly be cognitive in whatever version of the project comes forward on how to make that happen. But it was something a lot of thought was put to at the time.
Any other? Okay. Thank you for that. I guess in terms of height difference, do you have any comments on what the difference in the height proposed of the commercial buildings versus the condos that are proposed or the multifamily housing that's proposed?
I'm not sure exactly offhand, although maybe the applicant team might have a sense of what they are proposing here. As far as the commercial height, maybe they would know a bit on that as well. So,
if you do, great. If not, that's totally okay too.
Yeah, I just don't have the history, so I have to check in there. Rachel told me that the commercial was up to 50 feet in height. We would probably be closer to about 35 feet.
Okay, thank you for that. That's good perspective and context. I'll just make my comments now and then leave it to the rest of my colleagues. I want to just start by thanking both the city team and the applicant for being here tonight and for trying their best to answer everybody's questions. And thank you to the team, the city team, for explaining, and others for reiterating that I know this piece of property has been in discussion and plans and changes for a long time, but this is also sort of the beginning of another new process. The owners of the property have decided that there isn't a good market for the amount of commercial space that was in there, and that the space could be best used by housing, and that's going to facilitate, from my understanding, the quicker development of this parcel that's been empty for a long time. And it's hard to deny that we need more housing. We just do. So I think to the 5 points that you all are looking for direction on, I think the first one was the number of affordable units you wanted us to weigh in on. And I asked the question about the number of units that we would need to change in the development agreement or in the specific plan, because I'm supportive of fitting as many deed restricted affordable units on this property as we can, within reason, to make it, congruent with the rest of the development. And I think that if we can shoot for 86 units, that's gonna be all that more many people that can be housed and can afford the home that they so desperately want to live in. So I would like us to, if we can, shoot for that number 86, knowing that that might not be possible for all of the reasons that People's Self-Help Housing has discussed and that the developer has discussed. In terms of when we would like to see the below market rate construction occur, as soon as possible. Within reason, I'm open to some of the suggestions that the developer has proposed and that staff have proposed in the staff report to how to make that happen. Thank you to the developer for offering the credit letter. If that seems to be the best way that the city staff and the developer can come to a agreement to move the below market rate housing forward as quickly as possible, then I am supportive of that. I think the third item is addressing the ongoing impacts to the city. This is a hard one. As we've noted, the community growth doesn't pay for itself. It seems like there's some opportunities for a CFD, and it sounds like staff are willing to be creative and think through how the best way is to not only support the infrastructure that we need there on site or around the area, but also how to pay for the ongoing services that 276 units of market rate rental housing and 80-ish units of affordable housing are going to generate in police calls and fire calls and water need and all of the things that we know we weren't initially prepared to support before. So I look forward to staff providing some creative solutions for that. In terms of the amount and design of the commercial, maybe you can kind of gather where I'm at with that. If I could be a queen for a day or whatever, I would love to see a space for childcare there. I understand, again, the barriers to putting that much prescriptive guidance on what the units can be used for, but it seems like there have been lots of projects and local developments in the last few years where there's been really successful use of smaller spaces, neighborhood breweries, neighborhood coffee shops. Some of the things that have been mentioned might be good solutions for that area. And I would be supportive. We'll see what the rest of you think about raising the minimum just a little bit to, I don't know, 10 or 12,000 square feet rather than 7,000, just to kind of push that number up and the number of spaces for businesses, for community businesses there up a little bit. And then number 5 was the application of development fees. This is a hard one because it feels like there's precedence for both ways of doing it. Currently, if I'm understanding correctly, in the development agreement, they're set at what was proposed at the time of the development agreement, and that's not how we do things now. Looks like Timmy wants to stand up and say something, so.
I can add a little nuance to this. So when we initially started these discussions with the developer, they came forward and said, we will pay the 2018 fees, or whenever the development agreement kind of vests the fees. And staff's take is that this project in particular was not contemplated at that time. And so, and you know, from a practical perspective, things are just much more expensive for us, you know, and that's part of the provision of the infrastructure and the things that we need to support this housing. And so that, you know, we've come to some, I think, kind of agreement about where this lands. I think they've proposed 2024 fees. We're saying whenever you vest, like any other project coming in today would be treated, that's what our proposal is, because again, this wasn't contemplated at that time, and we wouldn't even be able to cover the basic costs of impact fees and other things if we vested them back to the 2018. So that's a little context of where this is. And so that's, you know, this is more of a, are you okay with moving forward and working with them to pay the fees that would be in place at the time they vest their fees?
So with that context, thank you. I think that that's what I would be supportive of doing. I think we have seen our costs increase, and we've seen situations where we're not able to cover what we need to do as a city, and we need to move forward in a way that keeps us whole, and it wouldn't be financially responsible of me as a council member to not look at what things are costing us on a day-to-day basis and what it costs our team to do the work. So I'm supportive of staff's recommendation on that point. I think the last couple of things that I'd like to say, I know we're not really talking about the actual design and everything's just conceptual right now, but there are a couple of things that I'd like to sort of voice support for. Some of them are things that we've heard our community mention already, even tonight. Making this project compatible with the other housing that is already there and as walkable and bikeable as it possibly can would be my hope and dream for this area. Trying to make us as whole as we can based on our general plan requirements around park space. We do have a lovely park at Laguna right across Madonna Road, but I think it's really important for 270 plus units of potential families living nearby to have as much park space as they can. So if we can continue to work on trying to make that green space as large as is feasible, I'd appreciate that. Again, along the lines of creating bikeable and walkable places, as you design the units and the buildings, I think putting in first story bike storage nearby and accessible to all the buildings. A lot of people have e-bikes now. They're using it as their first form of communication or first form of transportation. And so carting those upstairs and into buildings is just not realistic anymore. They're very heavy. So I'd like to put in a plug for that type of amenity. And then just want to, I guess, close by assuring the public that there will be lots of opportunities for you to weigh in on this process. It is just the beginning. I hope that there are some more traffic impact studies, lots of advisory body opportunities to weigh in, and for our valuable advisory bodies to give feedback. So I look forward to the process, and I also just want to thank the developers for bringing this project forward and giving it a new look with some fresh eyes.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thanks for kicking us off here, Vice Mayor Shorsman. I actually wholeheartedly agree with, I think, everything you said, so I'll try to be as brief as possible with my comments. I understand the concerns from community members. You know, I read through, there was a lengthy Nextdoor thread, and obviously we've got a ton of emails, and any sort of change, particularly in your backyard, is concerning, and particularly when the structure of it, you know, we're looking at this thing, and right now all we're doing is deciding whether or not we can entertain the idea of this project. We're not approving the project as it is, and I think that's kind of hard because most of the time when a project comes to City Council, we're at the end, and so this is like the reverse of when we normally see it. And so people are used to, by the time it gets to us, there's no changes happening. Or very few. And so with that in mind, I know we're supposed to stay out of the weeds, but also being cognizant that these opportunities to weigh in at this early stage are really rare. There's a lot of feedback that I'd love to give on kind of the concept of it. You know, I actually really conceptually loved the idea of all this commercial right next to the residences, though I think in my imagination it kind of was more like the marketplace that sort of exists over at San Luis Ranch right now versus kind of the big box stores that were currently proposed. So I love the idea of switching this over to residential. We need residential. We need rentals specifically. I think we just heard in the economic forecast for the area that we are really short on rental units. But getting into what I want to kind of see come out of this process, you know, one of the things that jumped out to me right away in the report was that this change of use didn't trigger any additional affordable units. And to me, that was a real, you know, missed opportunity if we don't try and get some more affordable units out of this. So I want to maximize that. I like your recommendation. And whether or not I understand that People's Self-Help has like a lot of parameters outside of their control that make it really challenging just to say build extra. So however we get those built, I just want to see additional units built without burdening People's Self-Help in the process. The other things that I really want to make sure that we're thinking about just as far as kind of design and use, and again, this will all come out in the process, but we're kind of restricted in there with the airport limitations in the middle, and so you have a ton of drive lanes as a result. And I know that there's probably been a lot of kind of design smithing on that already, but really thinking about how do we minimize those drive lanes to maximize park space, to maximize kind of community connectivity of the residences versus kind of breaking them all up with driveways and parking spaces in between them. Really thinking about it as a community space that's kind of inward, or maybe not inward, but looks towards one another versus towards parking lots would be really ideal. And then just connectivity in general of Lot 7, and I think Vice Mayor Shorsman really got at this, but want to make sure we're reiterating that this needs to be connected to the rest of San Luis Ranch. It needs to feel like it's a continuation of that, both the People's Self-Help and the Lot 7 development. I want all of these people to feel like they're part of the same neighborhood. I think I kind of mentioned park maximization with design, but you know, if we can't squeeze more acreage out of that, you know, making sure that we're maybe getting some in lieu fees to improve Laguna Lake amenities for folks so that they're getting all of the park space that they feel like they were entitled to. Loved the idea of first story bike storage, hadn't even put that on my list. So I appreciate that because I have a massive e-bike and there's no way I'm taking that up 3 flights of stairs. So I think I covered most of it, so now I probably should jump into the recommendations here. So I got at the number of deed-restricted affordable housing. Timing of construction, you know, I'm with Vice Mayor Shorsman as soon as possible, but understanding that there's a lot of outside forces here that are controlling when people can start their development. Potential measures to address ongoing fiscal impacts. A lot of discussion about the potential around adding a CFD or integrating it into the existing CFD. We'll leave that to staff to start to figure out the details of what makes the most sense there. The tax generating commercial, I actually, maybe this is one place where I don't have very strong feelings, except for the fact that I, obviously would love to see some specific uses, but we can't be prescriptive necessarily. It would be amazing if we saw childcare. I got to go by the little existing childcare over at the marketplace today. It was adorable. Seeing more of that would be great. But I know that there's concern about the idea of first-story commercial versus kind of first and second-story commercial, so kind of maximizing the number of first-floor commercial spaces or the square footage of the first floor commercial spaces so that we're actually getting some good tax-generating commercial development in there. I think that would be important to consider. And then on the last one, I think that we're considering a new project. We need to be looking at the new development fees associated with this proposed development. And I think that got at all of them there.
How do you
but,
feel about?
Oh.
How do you feel about increasing the minimum amount of commercial space that was in the?
It's a good question. I'm sort of almost veering between do we do commercial at all versus, but if we're going to have commercial, then I think we need to have a higher minimum on it so that there's more viable space, but not a huge amount more. So I would be open to discussion. Yeah. And did I answer all of your questions on that? Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. I too recognize both the need for additional housing in the community and that this has been an important priority for the council in its previous setting of major city goals. And certainly there's plenty of evidence both in the record and from some of the testimony we've heard about the challenge in the retail market. So I'm supportive of moving forward with this recommendation. I will have one question about it in a moment, the specific nature of the recommendation. And especially the idea of being able to obtain additional rental housing in the city. I think it was about the first 10 years I lived in the city of San Luis Obispo, I was a renter. Even as a professor at Cal Poly, I could not afford to buy a home. I was paying off my student debt and trying to get myself economically established. I was in my 40s before I bought my first house. In fact, I can't even think of the last time in my department at Cal Poly we hired a faculty member who did not start as a renter in this community. And so we need that housing that provides the opportunity for young people and people new in their professions to get a foothold in the community, start to save money, make their place in the community, and then ultimately, if they want, to move into ownership. The staff asked for feedback on 5 issue areas. I'm just going to say, in general, I'm supportive of what the staff has indicated as their preferred direction on those 5 areas, but I'll make some additional clarifying comments on some things that are important to me. And also, what I've heard tonight from my fellow council members, I think I support almost everything that you've said tonight, so I'll just add a few additional things. One is I definitely as well support maximizing the affordable housing component of the project, including the notion of retaining the bonus that we had negotiated in the previous round. And then also the issue of timing, because we did, at least is my understanding in the 2020 change to the project, we allowed for the housing to move to the site to gain some to the single site to gain some additional affordable units, but it meant delaying the affordable units that we would otherwise expect. So I think we cannot continue to delay the affordable housing component of the project. So whatever can be done to deliver that as quickly as possible, again, recognizing all the constraints that we've heard about would be important to me. The second thing is that, we've talked a lot about different numbers with regard to the commercial. The general plan currently identifies, I think it's between 50,000 and it's either 150 or 200,000. We seem to always focus on the upper number, but the actual minimum identified for the entire specific plan was 50,000 square feet. That's in the general plan. I think we should retain that number as a minimum for the project. However, I think there's some considerations or some things that are worth thinking about. One is the potential to achieve some of this commercial development through mixed use, which is allowed in the neighborhood commercial zoning category. So there's a possibility, particularly on the street frontages, to consider the possibility of mixing retail and residential in single structures, which also I think has some real benefits in terms of neighborhood walkability and the neighborhood feel of a community. The other, and I recognize we're talking only tonight about Lot 7, but of course there is a larger specific plan in which this is embedded, and that's a responsibility that we have to think about the bigger picture. There is Lot 9, which I had asked some questions about out there, which is identified, I think, for up to 150,000 square feet of office. And, you know, talking about the difficulty in the retail market, it's hard to imagine somebody's going to build 150,000 square feet of office space on that Lot 9 anytime in the near future, if ever. And so, again, I know it's a different parcel, it has different considerations, but as staff moves forward with thinking about this specific project, but also the broader implications of the full development of the specific plan, I think we can think about how Lot 9 might support the broader city goals that we've identified for this. And so it might be a spot where we could move some additional commercial and possibly even more housing in the future. And so there's some, I think, some space for some creative thinking about the ultimate development of the specific plan, and in doing so, retain our minimum standard of 50,000 square feet of commercial for the project. My third point is on the, again, it's early days. I'm not sure I'm convinced that a CFD is the right mechanism, but I think we should explore it, especially given that we set a precedent, at least with Avila, for a project that is mostly housing and very little commercial. We've set a precedent there for thinking about how we finance ongoing city needs. You know, we asked that project to, you know, find essentially a creative way to deal with that, and they did. And so I think we should think about that here if we essentially are converting this project largely to a residential project. And then finally, on the issue of the site plan, I recognize at this point site plans are fairly conceptual, but I certainly feel like at least the one that's outlined so far does not live up to the expectations of this community, and would not be consistent, I think, with many of the principles established in our general plan and many of the goals of the specific plan as well. I won't get into too many details there, but probably the thing that struck me most was the islanding of a lot of the apartment buildings surrounded by parking, rather than some notion of clustering that housing around shared green space, or, you know, what effectively functions as people's yards, which is, you know, when you're in an apartment and you're on the third floor, you don't have a yard. And so, you know, thinking about how we can do a better job on the design of that. And we have lots of good examples in the city of San Luis Obispo where we have constructed multi-story, multi-family housing and figured out how to cluster it in a way that creates a stronger sense of some shared space, of collective yard space, and I think helps build community as well. So I'll certainly expect to see a project like this come back with a significantly improved site design. Okay, I think I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. I'll add my 2 cents into this as well and then come back to the rest. I think there's the thing that we started off with, which was Director Tway saying this is the beginning. And I really appreciate that, and I think we have to remember that and want to keep reminding ourselves of that in this conversation. I also have a little bit of a pet peeve that I hear sometimes from staff, which is, as you recall, and it will be that, oh, you decided this back on December 10th, so now we're coming back with it 2 weeks or 2 months later or a year later, and this is what you said. So I want to make sure that as we're all sharing these things today, this is based on what we're hearing today and with the knowledge we have today, this is what we're thinking, but we want to hear what the CEQA, the EIR, the response from the airport land use. We want to hear about the impacts of the parking. We want to hear about those things. We're not saying that today these things are it. So I just want to kind of balance that, because sometimes that's something I hear and it's kind of challenging. So I'm like, well, if I'd known the other things, I wouldn't have said this. So I do appreciate, I'm going to go very all over the place, so I'll just apologize now for staff. The 86 units, yes, if we can make that happen and we can happen ASAP, just kind of saying that, yes, please. We are, as mentioned by one of the speakers, we are a pro-housing state. I'm sorry, pro-housing city, that too, but pro-housing city. And really, it's because the amount of people who want to live near where they work is what this whole San Luis Ranch really started with way before I was even on the council. And so I think that's really important that we are continuing to make this an area where people can live near where they work. We can reduce the vehicle miles traveled. So when we talk about the yellow line there, the multimodal plan that we can help people get around, that is really important to me. And I have to read my writing. Hold on a second, please. Oh, yes. And we've gone through some of these commercial reviews before, and now that we've done this in San Luis Ranch, I really want to take those best practices and learn to make things more efficient if possible. When we talk about commercial, I personally do not want to be prescriptive. I hear you, Director Tway, and I do think childcare, senior care, healthcare are the things that we hear over and over again that people need. Childcare, I'm 100% on board with you all, and we need places for healthcare still. Not just do we need more healthcare providers, they need a place to go as well. And the other part is we need more help for senior care. The next day care facility is in Paso Robles for seniors. So I really think that we have to look at that too. You know, the commercial, I do feel for the people who've kind of highlighted this bait and switch feel. I do think that's very frustrating. And I also remember back in 2018 when I started my campaign process, someone on Laurel Lane said to me, they had purchased this condo because it was the edge of the city. They are super frustrated because the city is way past them now. And I remember when we were students thinking, who would live over by Marigold? That sounds crazy. Of course, I've lived by there now as a renter. So just thinking about, we have to remember that there is a need, and we have to take whatever space we can that makes it work in this city. Lot 7, I remember having a conversation a long time ago with Josh and the previous city manager saying, why is this wide empty? This is a place we could have housing, not knowing that I was foretelling my thoughts here. The other thing is, I don't know if the letter of credit is enough, then great. As far as from Williams to People Self-Help Housing, that is not my expertise, so I will depend on you all to tell us this. Whether it's a CFD or something else to help provide services, I know that some people are already paying into a CFD for infrastructure, but we have seen how this works. We know that we need the funding for Fire Station 5, and the amount that is being paid from the dollars way back when is not going to build the Fire Station 5. So back to, I think, number 5, which is we got to pay today's prices. I don't get to pay, you know, apple or milk prices from 2017 today. It just doesn't happen. I'm sorry about that. The other thing is, it would be really helpful if there were some knowledge around who does want to come into this commercial space. We've received some emails about manufacturing, but this is not a manufacturing site. So, what are the commercial individuals who would want to come into the site? I think that is a great question, and I know that in my past life, I have also been working with commercial real estate agents who would say, this is who's looking for a space about this size, and if there's no one, that's really important to know. I think there's also a really important need to engage the community that lives there, whether we're talking about the fence or making this the park or whatever this looks like. I feel like there's a lot of lost trust due to the trees in this area. I hate to bring it up, it's kind of like bringing up parking, but there's a lot of lost trust there. And I think that this community, along with others, have felt that they've been not a part of the conversation, and that's a frustrating experience. And I think that we're, as best as we can, want to help the community that lives there have some input. The other thing, as not to get into super details of later, but since my colleagues have already said it too, I have to. I live in condos where composting wasn't thought of at the time when the trash and recycling was brought into. So as we look at, we know organic waste is a need. We know that e-charging is something we need to look into. Are these being discussed? I know when I met with Josh and Glenn, that was something that was discussed, but are we looking at it in the future sense? So just trying as best as we can to forecast would be really important to me, especially as we talk about renters, because one of the things is, how does a renter compost? How does a tenant compost? How does a tenant charge their e-car if they have one? It's been a very challenging space to have equity when it comes to these things. Sorry, I just want to make sure I've included all these things here. The other part about this, I think people have already mentioned it, but I will mention it again. Whatever we can do to make sure that we are maximizing park space is important. We are underparked already as a city. And back to engaging the community that lives there. When we talk about the parks, we know Rigetti is a challenging location for this park, and now we're already, it's more expensive than we have the money for based on the previous fees, and we didn't have all of the people that live there have input. One of my also a little bit of pet peeves when I came onto this council was every time someone said, look at this cool thing we did a park, and here's a tiny tot space. Great, now a 1.5-year-old can use it, and it's over in 6 months. So just really thinking about, what does this parkland look like, and what does that look like for the future tenants that live there? And then I think going back to also around renters, remember, medical providers are coming out with 6 figures worth of debt now. So when we talk about, oh, look at that, a doctor, they can just buy a place. Well, it's not necessarily the case when you're coming out with this kind of debt. So I just want to really think about, expand our mind of what a renter is, because this is a location that could have such great opportunity for people who are making minimum wage to our 6-figure professionals, and that we can make this development something that works well for all is really important. So that's my 2 cents. I know I've repeated a lot of what was said, but it was important to me to be said, and there you have it. I'm going to move on to Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you. I actually wanted to follow up with Councilmember Boswell about his commitment to the 50K commercial space, and wondering if you could maybe give us a little bit more information on your thinking behind why that makes sense as a minimum. Not being a commercial real estate developer, I find it a little challenging to put numbers to this.
I think my main motivation, and I don't know that 50,000 is the magic number, but it is the number that's currently in the general plan. And so my motivation around this was hearing public testimony on what people who bought into the neighborhood were expecting in terms of access to commercial services. there's certainly a lot of commercial space in that area, although much of it is large-scale retail formatted. The idea here with the neighborhood commercial designation is that these would be smaller spaces, and our zoning code, it imagines 2,000 square foot, spaces, which is, you don't get, a giant clothing store from that. You get things like hopefully daycare or coffee shops or laundries or, things that are typically going to serve a resident versus serving regional shopping needs. And so I want to try to preserve some additional development of what would truly be neighborhood serving commercial uses in the space. And I think again, I don't know the magic number, but it seems like the proposal is too low. And, we have a minimum number set in the general plan, so we wouldn't have to change anything. We would just say, hey, the minimum number since the beginning has been 50K, and we're going to stick with 50K. Again, I'm open to some creative thinking about how that 50K is achieved. And of course, that's a number for the specific plan as a whole, not for Lot 7. And so, I would ask staff to think about how ultimately we hit that number and achieve the goal of providing some additional neighborhood serving uses.
Yeah, I would absolutely be open to setting that as a minimum number. You did bring up the discussion of mixed use, and I guess my imaginary neighborhood that I was walking through really did look like that. It was, commercial under residential, and that feels like maybe a little bit more akin to what some of the neighbors were hoping to see in this area, although it doesn't have to be exclusively that. I would be open to putting this number out there just as for the area as a whole, and continuing this conversation just to see what actually makes sense and pencils out.
And we have good models in the city for where we have retail, ground floor retail, and 2-3 stories of housing above it. So it's something we've done in the city. We know how to do it. So it seems like it's a possible option. And it gets you both. It gets you retail and it gets you housing.
Well, thank you for your creative thinking on that.
I think staff has some input on that as well.
Yeah, just want to clarify on that 50,000 point. Right now in the Ag Heritage Center, there is some limited retail commercial. We'd like clarification from the council whether you want to count that toward the 50,000 or if you're really focused on 50,000 within the whole plan or just within this area here.
Mr. Boswell, did you want to add to that?
Well, I might have a question back to your question, which is how are we counting it currently? Because, this has been a little bit of a confusing point for me in terms of what seemed to be originally envisioned as agricultural heritage area, but is looking more like a mix of that and traditional retail. So how are we counting it currently?
I think Director Tway is.
And I can jump in there. I actually had a similar clarifying question, which goes back to 50,000 just on Lot 7 or a combination of Lot 9, getting some retail in there, a little bit on Lot 7, and then thinking about how we deal with the Ag Heritage Center, which I understand the confusion. So when it was approved and envisioned, it's Ag Heritage site. And so it is, meant to be displays about agriculture, some ag uses, but it is allowed to have retail in it. But for the purposes of things like the inclusionary housing requirement at the time of approval, it was not considered commercial. It has commercial uses in it. So I think that gets to John's question is, do you want to see 50,000 in addition to that? Because technically, if you look at the plan, that is not commercial, it's the Ag Heritage Center. So we've kind of treated it as this separate thing that has commercial uses in it, but is not kind of the commercial use of the property. And so we'd be looking to, and maybe this could be, again, very high level direction of, we want to see 50,000, see how, working with the developer, can you get some commitments for putting it here and there, and maybe also in the Ag Heritage Center. But it gets a little complicated because, again, these are different, now we're getting into different ownerships and we're getting into sites that have already been developed. But I think this high-level direction is very, very helpful. But if you can clarify, are you looking at 50,000, you got to get that on lot 7, or we want to aim for 50,000, and can you talk, figure out with the developer what that looks like across the development as a whole?
I think Vice Mayor's going to chime in.
Yeah, so if I was understanding, the new recommendation was 38,000 because there's already an existing 31,000, and we were adding a new minimum of 7,000 with the lot 9. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure those numbers exactly right, but conceptually that's correct. That's right.
And can I clarify, does that 38 include ag, heritage, and commercial? So that's the key, is in the table that the developer, and again, this gets into the nuance of what has been applied for versus how we might want to make that table look. We're not beholden to what they've applied for, but the way it's currently proposed is they've grouped together commercial and ag heritage and say those uses need to be a minimum of 38,000. And so kind of one simple solution is to say those uses or a combination of those types of uses need to be 50,000, or it could be, forget the ag heritage, it is what it is, we want to see 50,000 true commercial, like on the map it shows commercial. So I think there's a little nuance there.
So I guess, because it's easier for me to think in the actual numbers. I mean, so say they are what they are, the existing is 31,000 with the rest of the lots in the composition that they have now, the ag, and just with the ag and the existing commercial that's there. So my understanding was that for lot 7, we were gonna have a minimum of 7,000. So that would bring us up to 38,000. You're saying that the minimum in the general plan is 50,000 for the whole of San Luis Ranch, so including lot 9, lot 7, and the ag area. So if I'm understanding that correctly, then I was assuming that he did not mean 50,000, so an additional, what would that be? My math isn't so good. 13,000 square feet just on lot 7. That it would be maybe an additional 13,000 on lot 7 and lot 9, or something like that. Am I understanding, or? I guess I'm agreeable to something like 13,000 minimum over those 2 lots or something like that. I know we're just trying to kind of figure out what is the minimum now, or what we would want to raise the minimum to.
Let me ask one thing. Councilmember Francis, do you have a different question altogether, because you've been patient? You want to chime in on this one?
Yeah, but I'll wait for Councilmember.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the general plan is where this got established initially, and of course that's a broad policy document. It's not intended to have highly specific details about exactly how that would play out. So in my mind, it's a principle to start operating with, is a 50,000 K target. The ag heritage site, as best I understand, was initially imagined not as particularly a retail site. Well, if it is in fact functioning, or at least partially functioning as a retail site, then it seems appropriate to count that retail, because it wasn't imagined initially, but we did get some retail there. So that is contributing to the retail number. I don't know how I would count that. I don't know if I'd count the entire ag heritage site in that figure, but certainly uses that are functioning as traditional retail uses. Yes, I think those, sitting here thinking on the dais, I would probably say yes, those should count.
Okay. So that would mean whatever that square footage is plus whatever the difference is to get to 50,000 total would be included, the difference would be included in lot 7 and lot 9.
Correct. So
Okay.
let me try to just wrap my brain around this a little
Sorry,
bit. No, it's okay. It's okay. So start with the idea that there's a minimum 50,000 in the general plan. That's a number we know. We also know there's a black hole of Lot 9, which there's also a minimum office that, that may or may not come into play here, but it's less than what is shown in the specific plan. In other words, possible creative thinking for Lot 9. Set that aside. Then there's the Ag Heritage Center. This whole how much square footage, that's one question. And then the other question, I think is a separate question, is how much, if anything, do you want to, or what sort of magnitude of commercial do you want to see in Lot 7? I think that's a slightly different question because we can make math work and it may not work out for any real purpose. But if it's more than 7 to 15,000, at least sort of an order of magnitude, what that means, twice as much, a little bit more, 2 units, that would be useful for us to kind of try to figure this out.
So with that in mind, it was easier for me to think about just what we're gonna make the minimum for Lot 7. So I appreciate having some place to start for the whole San Luis Ranch specific plan, but in thinking in terms of Lot 7, it seems fair to do something more like 10 or 11,000 minimum. That gets us up to, what does that get us up to? I can't even do the math anymore. Like 41,000-ish. And then you've still got a 9,000 to get to what your minimum is that would have to come from somewhere else. Does that make sense?
I think this is workable direction, with the 50,000 underlying I think we want to see a little more on at least a little more on Lot 7. I'm going to complicate things like a tiny bit. But for full transparency, I think, one of the things with the Ag Heritage Center is because it wasn't considered commercial, there weren't inclusionary housing units. So one of the things that, I might propose is that through negotiations and figuring this out, if we are counting it now toward commercial for the purposes of a minimum, that we talk about with the developer, like, is there an in lieu fee required now for the otherwise required inclusionary if that were to have been commercial, right? Because it feels a little bit like they're getting it both ways, that, you didn't have to pay inclusionary because it's not commercial, but we're counting it as commercial for the purposes of your minimum. So I'm just throwing that out there, is that's something that I would be interested in working through with them. If we are going to count that as commercial, then thinking about what that does. And I think the flexibility that we have is that our program does allow for the payment of in lieu fees for certain types of inclusionary. And so it wouldn't necessarily add net new units, that could push the People's Project beyond an amount that they could handle, but it would be an inclusionary fee that could be assessed. So that I'm kind of, just for full transparency, throwing that out there and saying that's something that I would consider looking at with the developer.
So is the best direction just to give you that we would like to see more commercial?
I love the 50,000 goal across, look at the general plan for direction, and I'm hearing more on Lot 7.
I'm agreeable to that. I don't know about Councilmember Boswell.
No, that's, I don't want to tie staff's hands too much on this. This is very complex. And again, it's unusual for us to weigh in this early. So I want to give some flexibility to come back with a project. I'm also very cognizant of this issue with the Airport Land Use Commission easement, which really complicates the site design. And so if you're comfortable with the current level of direction, that works for me.
City Manager McDonald.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we are clear on our end, because at the end of that conversation, really what I heard was the basic of the general plan talks about 50,000 square feet. We will look at the site as a whole and try to work with the developer on identifying where that exists. It will, the inclusionary housing requirements that might have applied to the Ag Heritage site, if we're counting it as commercial, will add to the conversations that we'll have about overall affordable housing units required for the Lot 7 entitlements, as well as potentially in lieu fees. but I'm also hearing there's not a really strong feelings about the number of square feet for commercial on Lot 7. So we would want to, it sounds like we have that flexibility to work with the developer to identify where that would go. Is that correct? I just want to make sure that I'm correct, just kind of reading.
I think Councilmember Francis, love for you to.
Yeah, so having eaten a sandwich and bought a gift in the Heritage Center today, I would say it's definitely functioning as a commercial right now. And I'm open to exploring the ideas as mentioned by Director Tway, and also open to the idea of being flexible on where that 50,000 square feet of commercial fall. My underlining kind of guiding principle on all of this is that I don't want the commercial to impact the number of residential units that we're adding. And because it's such a constricted footprint, I don't want us to put minimums in there that then squish out some of the residential units. And so wherever we fit in some more commercial, great. I think that what's happening over at the Heritage area is seems really thriving and wonderful. And if we could get a little bit more of that, awesome for the community. If we could get it to be, doctor's offices, and that's awesome, but I don't want to be too prescriptive today.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Ditto. Was just trying to emphasize the interest in more commercial on the site.
Well, I'm not so concerned with the commercial. I have a really hard challenge with this because we have so much commercial right around the entire area that has been vacant for so long. So I'm perplexed by this, but I'm reading the, what is this page 479, and revisiting the requirement for 50,000 as the minimum. So I'm hearing that, and I'm also looking at it as this is somewhat of an exception as well. So I'm not as tied to that personally, but at the same time, I hear the needs or not needs, but desires, and I'm not against those desires, and look forward to hearing what the staff brings back. And it does definitely add an extra twist. I agree, it's definitely been more commercial to me when I look at the San Luis Ranch. And I also already see the coffee shops and all the rest of the items that are there. So I'm just not sure that we need that many more of them. And I'll just leave it at that. John.
Yeah, and maybe this will help the council a little bit. We've been taking notes. I've got 31 separate kinds of inputs from you, and some are related, and I've ascribed who said what. All that's good. To your point, Mayor, about, well, we said this on December 10th, and this may not be true 3 months from now. We get that. What I think we can glean out of this is pretty good direction on a lot of fronts that may have to be twisted and turned as we get into it. So we're not going to hold you to, you said 28.3. We're not going to do that, but we have the general direction. Is that good enough? It's good enough from my standpoint, I'm speaking for me, but to figure it out from the direction you've provided. So you don't have to get into too complex a recommendation, and I think we would understand it, if that makes sense.
Yes, that makes sense to me. All right. Well, this is that weird moment where he feels we should have some sort of motion, but I don't believe there's actually a motion to provide. So unless you need additional comments, I'm going to pass it over to City Manager.
Thank you. I believe we do need a motion on the direction to initiate the process. So if we actually, I think the slide before this one would have, there you go. That's really the one.
You are right. Sorry about that. I apologize. So do we have a motion to direct the initiation and processing the request for the general plan amendment, et cetera, Vice Mayor?
I will make the motion and just say that it is 10:45. So apologies for, this is how the sausage is made late at night.
I know, I was about to say we have to invoke the 15 minutes or we have to vote to stay longer. Councilmember Francis.
I'll second.
Thank you for the second. Can we have roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 4-0 with one recusal. And of course, this is the beginning, but thank you so much for all of the great work that you did to get us here today. Thank you. All right, we have one last thing, which is our liaison reports and communications. I'll go ahead and kick it off. I literally only had one meeting since we all last met, which was the City University quarterly meeting. We had a great deal of conversation about St. Patrick's Day and the different attempts that the university and the city will do to mitigate the experiences that we all experienced in the past few St. Patrick's Day festivities. So just wanted to kind of highlight that we have not forgotten about St. Patrick's Day, that we are working hard on this at the city level and at the university level. We also talked about enrollment and what kind of the enrollment experiences those are, how they will affect the city, and also how we had kind of some pushback about please use your own dirt. That will be very helpful. So that's kind of where we left it. I'll keep it kind of quick and short, and moving on to Vice Mayor.
That was my only meeting as well with the mayor, and I have a Zone 9 meeting for anybody who wants to tune into that tomorrow.
Sounds exciting. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, on November 21st, I had a very long CAPSLO Board of Directors meeting. This was our first meeting after the federal election, and so a lot of our discussion was focused on the specific programs that are run by CAPSLO across the county, and really starting to think about how do we prepare for some of the changes that we've heard from the policy perspective, particularly around some of our services with migrant and seasonal Head Start, and some of the outreach that we do around that. So a lot of kind of thinking and planning, and a lot more to come.
Fabulous, thank you. And obviously, no committees yet for you.
I did ride on the trolley at the holiday parade, and
That's
I want to
true.
report that it was fantastic.
Agreed. The downtown SLO and city staff did a fabulous job, along with all of the float attendees and entrants. So thank you so much. For those of you who wish to attend the special meeting on the 17th, we'll be back at City Hall at noon. Otherwise, happy holidays, and we'll see you in January.